19th, 2019. All board members are present. Or will be shortly. And at this time, if I could have Mr. Foster do the flag salute, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Foster. And if we could have our opening statement from our school board or our student member.
My name is Emily Hickox, and I am the student representative to this board. We would like to welcome you to our board meeting and thank you for attending and supporting the work of the Anchorage School District and this board. The board thanks students, parents, teachers, staff, school business partners, and the entire community for your investment in our district with your time, your talent, and your tax dollars. If you are unable to be physically present for the entire meeting, you may choose to tune in to the Municipality of Anchorage's Channel 9 or YouTube to watch the live stream. Recordings of the meetings are also available through the agenda and board docs.
Okay, thank you. At this time, I'm going to move that the approval of the agenda move forward. Is there any dissension on the agenda, Mr. Donnelly?
Yeah, I'd move to amend the agenda to move agenda action items number 4, ASD Memorandum 120, and number 5, ASD Memorandum 117, to our March 4th, 2019 calendar.
You're asking, okay. Just so we're clear, you're asking to move item 4 and 5 of the action items? Oh, 4 and 6, okay.
Oh, 4 and 6, yes, it's 117 and 120.
Right.
Let me double check.
Is there, would you like to speak to that?
Certainly. 117 and 120. Yeah. We've got lots of folks signed up to testify. We've got the budget before us with numerous amendments, and we have the 6-year capital plan before us too, and there's at least one proposed amendment to that. I think we're going to be really busy tonight with just the financial things.
Is there any other board discussion on moving these items to our March 4th? No. March 4th meeting? Do you want to take a vote on this, or is there any dissension? If there's no dissension, we'll move forward. Okay, no dissension, so moved. Memorandum 120 and Memorandum 117 will be moved to action items for our March 4th board meeting. Okay. Any other changes to the agenda? Hearing no changes, is there any other dissension? Or is the board okay in moving forward with the agenda? Okay. And at this time then, we'll have our Student Advisory Board representative report.
Nothing new since the last meeting. Our next meeting is tomorrow morning here at 8:15.
Okay. And at this time, we have a report from our mid-level schedule review committee. And I don't know who else coming forward for that, but.
The committee member.
Okay.
We have 3 committee chairs, and they will, Madam President, introduce themselves and share the information.
Thank you, Madam President. I know most folks, but I'm the Senior Director of Secondary Education. My name is Kirsten Johnson-Strumpler. I was one of the co-chairs of the Mid-Level Schedule Committee.
Hi, I'm Nancy Neal. I teach social studies at Hanshu Middle School. I was on the contract negotiation team, and I was chosen by the teachers and other people to be on the board or on this committee.
Elizabeth Hermanson. I teach writing at Clark Middle School, and I'm also the writing department chair
Okay,
and
thank you.
co-chair of our committee.
Yeah, and I'm social studies chair, but that doesn't matter.
All right, when you ladies are ready, you can begin.
I just wanted to take a moment. There are a few of our committee members in the audience. I was hoping that they could stand so you could see who else served on the committee. So committee members, if you could stand. So first I wanted to start off with just really thanking the board for this process. It's been a long collaborative process, one that we've strived to really find a long-lasting solution for the district and mid-level scheduling. So we just really want to thank you for giving us the opportunity to work on this project. So to start off with our brief of our committee work, the first thing I wanted to just outline was the goal of the committee. The goal of the committee was really stipulated for us through a letter of understanding that was established during negotiations with AEA and ASD. And the goal specifically was to focus on student needs. The committee will work to design a mid-level schedule utilizing 5 teaching periods. So with that, we also had the stipulations of parameters and other areas that were specified in that letter of understanding. So we specifically needed to look at MTSS intervention needs, elective exploration, rotating course schedule, the Alaska Safe Children's Act and Lions Quest curriculum, and planning time for teachers. And then we also really were charged with focusing on student needs, the academic course load for students, teacher workload specifically, and then schedules and the impact on outcomes for students academically. So I just wanted to put that at the forefront, that was the goal of our committee work as we went through things. So I'll turn it over to Nancy to talk about our process.
Okay, so basically what we did is we wanted a really wide range of experts. And we had Kirsten, who's in charge of secondary education. We had Mark Stock, who was the assistant superintendent. We had Mike Graham. He was on the negotiating team. We brought in MTSS, Christine Dennis, expert in that. We had teachers from all disciplines, core teachers and elective teachers. We had multiple principals. And looking at realizing that we had needs for different schools. And then collectively, we had over 500 years of mid-level experience. And over that time, we had 12 meetings, more than 50 hours put into this. So it is a very important decision. And I have been on this since the get-go. We have had multiple iterations of the mid-level schedule over the last 4 and 5 years, and it's caused a lot of consternation. So that's why we spent so much time on this. So with that being said, go ahead, Elizabeth.
So our recommendation to the board is a very carefully thought out process. And we are recommending a 5 of 7 schedule for the coming school year. And really that schedule above the other ones, we looked at multiple schedules, and that was really the one that was the most equitable for all of our students. Looking at the differences between, for a tier 1 student versus a tier 3 student, the amount of exploration that they have is really great for all students, even our tier 3 students. And then for a teacher's standpoint, they still have a personal planning and then a collaboration period. With that recommendation, we have a few benefits that we feel that from our research and looking at the different schedules in comparison, that this model will be able to deliver above and beyond the others. Some of those benefits really center around academic growth. That is one of the forefront pieces of our evaluation, was our students really can succeed when we give them a little bit more. So we want to make sure equity was there for all of our students, not just our tier 1 students, but also our tier 3 students and tier 2. So equity, access to classes, helping students have a voice, being able to choose their classes and having options to choose from. Student engagement, we wanted to make sure students were well-rounded in their education, but really it comes down to their behavioral support and academic support. Yeah. We wanted to make sure that with whatever recommendation we gave, that students would be able to have their needs met, both academically and emotionally. So through the MTSS model, it really became clear that the 5-7 schedule model was probably the best. And so we did look at a couple other elements like professional development. It creates more space and time for teachers to be able to grow into their profession and really be the best that they can for our students. But really, opportunities really open up wide when you have that extra collaboration period to be able to build engagement with families, to be able to meet proactively before things become an issue, before you have severe attendance issues. You can really meet with the families and try and see what their needs are before they become big and they become a problem that we have to really address. So
And-
family engagement would.
Yeah,
I
sorry to
think
interrupt. I just wanted to go back one slide. I just really wanted to spell out academic growth and what we were focused on, because when you look at different scheduling models, student access to opportunities in the elective courses can become very limited based on the number of periods that there are a day and the opportunities that kids are given with the way teachers are assigned to courses based on their schedules. And so it was very important to the committee that not only do students receive the intervention courses that they need so that they can make catch-up growth and achieve academically, but they also really are opened up to those opportunities that mid-level is really known for, which is exploration and diving into elective areas. And as the board knows, in other conversations that happened in our community, that choice for students and for our families is really important. So it was those two areas specifically were an emphasis for us as a committee.
I'm going to be brief. I also would like to address the parent engagement and teacher engagement. The planning time, I've been teaching middle school for 17 years. It's really important. Last year we did not have planning time. The elective teachers haven't had it in 4 years, 3 or 4 years, and they haven't been able to meet. When you have a team, you have time to meet with the parents. You can jump into academic, but not just academic. It's the social emotional, and we need that time. Middle school is such a crazy, chaotic time for these kids, and it's imperative that you have that time. And you can also make one-on-one relationships with the parents and the kids. It just gives you a better opportunity for the kids.
Thank you, ladies.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt you, Elizabeth.
No worries.
So just moving on to, with our recommendation, we also recommend some next steps. There were a few different areas that came up in our conversation that were worthy of really further exploration that the committee couldn't do on its own. So the first step we would recommend as a next step is accountability. If we're going to provide additional collaboration time at the mid-level, we really believe that accountability for that time for the district is important, because it's valuable time that we're giving teachers, and we want to have that accountability. The other part of accountability that the committee discussed was is having a standing committee to evaluate the effectiveness of this mid-level schedule, so that we could tweak it if we need to. We could make recommendations to the school board based on our expertise in mid-level, and we would ask that there be a standing committee that really evaluates the mid-level schedule as an ongoing practice. So the next step that we would recommend is taking a look at PE and health. Currently, there's a lot of different things going on to address not only social-emotional learning, but also our health curriculum. There's many standards in our science curriculum and in our health curriculum and in our PE curriculum that overlap with one another, and they also overlap with our Lions Quest curricula. So there's an opportunity for the district to really evaluate that and find some efficiency for kids. So as an example, right now 8th graders take half a year of 8th grade health. Could that be looked at differently? So rather than taking a standalone course, could they absorb some of those standards and curricula into PE or into science curriculum, or do we create something different than what we have currently in our structure? So we would recommend a committee be developed with PE and health experts to really take a look at that. And another area that we really discovered we need some consistency as a district at the mid-level is this idea of advisory. Every school in our district is doing it a little bit differently at the mid-level, and we would suggest that that really be looked at for consistency across our district so that we can implement it really well. And then going to the next slide, we also would recommend restructuring that teacher collaboration time. As mid-level has evolved over the years, that collaboration time should look different than it has in the past. And we would recommend that accountability piece as a part of that as well. So we would look at developing a protocol for that collaboration time so that there is that accountability and have a very specified set of expectations for how that time is used. And then budget is obviously a consideration anytime you're making a recommendation like this. So the committee did have our CFO and our Senior Director of Budgeting come and talk with us a little bit about the budget implications. So this is just a rough look at budget currently, but if we were to continue at our current PTR rate for mid-level, it is estimated to be about a $3.3 million cost at the mid-level. However, if you look at changing PTR as a board to 30 students to 1 teacher, much as high school is already budgeted for, you would be looking at adding about a $200,000 cost to mid-level. So it's much more minimal if you look at it in that regard. So I know there's probably going to be questions about that. So moving on to our next slide. Just in summary, we, as a committee, we were very thoughtful and diligent. We didn't take our task lightly. We took it very seriously. We put a lot of effort and research and time into this decision making process and recommendation. So we really had a desire to try to solve a longstanding issue for the district. We really want sustainability for the mid-level. That was very important to us. Even in tough budget times, we really want to solve this problem so that we have just that consistency for our mid-level kids and families. And we also just wanted to put out there that we feel as a committee that we've met the memorandum of understanding or letter of understanding that was negotiated in AEA and ASD bargaining. So just in summary, we just wanted to share those things with you. After lots of discussion, research, and all of that, we recommend the 5 of 7 teaching schedule to you as a board. Yeah. Any final thoughts?
Yeah, I just would like to say that I've been involved with this situation from the get-go. And as a negotiator on the team, it was really important that the 5-period day that it comes about. And it's for the better, it's for the kids. We want what's right for the kids. And I do understand that there are budget constraints, and I just really hope that you consider this, and it would be really beneficial for the administrators, for the teachers, the kids, and parents to go back to a 5 of 7 schedule. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
President Marset, I do have hard copies of the recommendation if you'd like to distribute those to the board.
Does everybody have it? I have mine. I don't know if everybody else has one. Yeah, does anyone need a copy? No, okay.
Okay,
We've all got
all right.
one. Thank you.
Thank you.
We might have some questions.
Sorry, no.
Nice try.
No, actually, I love being up here.
Ms. Hildy.
Thank you, and thank you all for your hard work in doing this. And I read it already, and it was very thoughtful, and the care you put into it is very evident. You can guess my question on the 30 PTR. I'm very concerned on having a lot of kids, and I know that's not always mean 30 kids in the classroom. So if you could illustrate what that might look like in different subjects and what we would expect for the experience for kids in the classroom.
Well, they base it would be the the classrooms might be a little bit bigger, class size, maybe, a few people bigger, three or four. But I think the 5-period day gives the kids more of a chance to look into the electives. And even though you might have a few extra kids per class, say for a 5-period day based on that PTR, it would be less stress on the teachers, and I feel that they could have a better teaching experience if we had that 5-period day, because we could kind of go back to a team model. This year, for example, we have a 6 of 7, and for instance, today we did Lions Quest at Handshoe. That means that we actually had a 8-period day, 40 minutes per period. It's very important that you have this constant movement and going from class to class and switching back for teachers. It's just really so much more stress. So if you have the 5-period day, it would just make it easier. And the PTR, you might have a few more extra students, but in all honesty, it would be a lot more beneficial for all the parties concerned.
And we project it won't be as much, like maybe 3 to 4 per class, but the trade-off of what that gives us is with that collaboration period is that we can address the needs of our students and meet them a little bit better, because we can proactively figure out who needs what kind of situations students are dealing with, and just really address things before they get bigger. So that collaboration period time is kind of the trade-off with a few extra kids in a class. That's something that was really important in that process.
So just also to tag on to that definitely describes the teacher and student experience. However, we did look at data as well as a part of our committee, just the way we analyzed our decision making, and we did take a poll of all of our comprehensive middle schools and what their core class size was currently in this school year. You're looking at anywhere from 24 to 27 students across our district, depending on the middle school. So it does raise the PTR to 30 to 1, so it would raise it by anywhere from 6 to 3 students per class, depending on which middle school you're at.
Ms. Mitchell, and then Mr. Foster. Okay. Mr. Foster.
Help me understand the workload teaching 5 of 7 with a class of 30 if you're the English teacher at this critical level of development of reading and writing skills as you try and advance them up the ladder. I'll show my bias. I'm looking at national data that suggests that 125 is a heavy load, and you're talking about moving to 150. Mm-hmm. I'm quite frankly questioning the trade-off here. I don't think it's worth it. So help me understand the trade-off between 25, 26 versus 30, particularly for the English teachers. And the other bias is thinking of my own daughter's English teacher at Roaming. She was great, but that class size was manageable.
Mm-hmm. And if I could speak to that, I'm a writing teacher at Clark Middle School, and Clark is writing as a core class, so I see every student that comes through that building. And so most of my classes have been anywhere from 17 on the smallest, based on when kids can go into what class, and 34 at the highest. But I will say those 34 classes are not my hardest. It really comes down to the needs of the student. So if the student has greater needs in whatever regards, that is such a huge term, need, that is really the key. I know numbers say something, and there is something very true to what is a good class size. If I could choose, I would not say 34. But I do feel that having that time to be able to address needs with students is more powerful than making sure my numbers stay at 25. But I will also say, on the other end, for the workload, having that number of students is hard. Having to grade 150 essays every week is a task in and of itself. So I didn't quite answer your question, but I do feel that it's very important to be able to consider that, but also say this time is so powerful that we can still do a lot with it.
I'd like to address that too. As an example, at Hanshu, and I'm thinking of one of my colleagues, she teaches pre-AP, 7th grade. She has a regular, and then she has gifted. So basically, she has three preps, 6 classes, and they're between 28 and 30 students. So on the top, you take 6 times 30 is 180. See, this social studies teacher can do math too. And with that, you have, you know, if you're going to grade an essay, that's going to take a good 10 minutes to grade. 7th grade essay, 8th grade essay. If you have a class, 5 classes and 150 students, that's a huge difference. So there is a trade-off, but by and large, having the team planning time is so significant, as research has dictated. So that's my 2 cents anyway.
No, I think you guys.
Yeah.
Mr. Hoffman?
And this is just a point of clarification, but I think that overall caseload doesn't change. This can be the number of certificated classroom teachers in the building versus the number of students there. The number of students in a particular class changes as you change the schedule, but I don't think the caseload does, other than there's a little bit of things that squish around just as you do it. But you've got a certain number of adults teaching a certain number of kids overall, and then you divvy that up through the day. So total caseload, I don't think varies unless you add people into the building.
Yeah, Member Holloman, I believe you're accurate as long as the PTR is at 30 to 1. If you look at our additional recommendation was the 3.3 million to keep the current PTR the same, then your caseload would go down because you'd be teaching 1 less course.
And did you mention what the current PTR is now?
27 to
I
1.
saw it.
27 to 1.
I'm sorry, what?
27 to 1.
Any other board comments or discussion? Questions, Ms. Snelling?
You had mentioned surveying the middle school teachers to find out the average number of kids that they had in their class.
Mhm.
Did you ask the same number? Did you ask all the teachers if they also supported the 30 to 1? And if so, what was that feedback on that?
Member Snelling, we actually didn't have the time in our pretty strict schedule to survey our membership holistically. However, we had half of our committee was made up of AEA members, and all of them indicated that collaboration time with other teachers was significantly enough important to them that they all voted for this schedule.
And we did do as a member of the negotiating team, we did do a Google survey for the mid-level teachers last, I think it was in April, it was in the spring, and they overwhelmingly, I mean, hands down, wanted to go back to the 5 periods with the conference time to help the kids. So, I mean, it was overwhelming on that.
And just to share with the board, the 30 to 1 does look like wow, but the way that it is provided through an algorithm is that for the 2 periods that are off, schools, and this is including all secondary, so it's high school as well, and high school is 5 of 6, so that 1/6, when you get 6 of those, you're provided additional. So there's actually, it's not 30 to 1, it's 30 to 1 plus staffing for the prep time and the team time. So if that helps in the decision making, that it's not, that's how the numbers move around a little bit, that there actually is more than 30 to 1 provided to the school.
So the class is like bigger or smaller?
Smaller.
Board members, please speak into your mics.
Additional, it would be additional funds for additional teachers provided. So I think it's 1.6 per school in addition to the 30 to 1 that is received by most, I believe.
Yeah, that's an accurate estimate.
Ms. Snelling?
The 5 of 7, is that for only the core teachers or for the core and elective?
No, and this is a big deal for me.
Tell us how you think.
People who know me, okay, no, this is when they say 5 of 7, the one is one personal planning team or time for the teacher. So per contract, we're allowed one prep time. The other one is going to be the collaborative team time, the professional development, the talking to the counselors, talking to the parents, and the electives, which have not had that for 4 years now, and that's how it all started. They would have that collaboration time to work with the core teachers, and we could do IEPs in this time. And I will say, this goes off tangent a little bit, but we have had a huge amount of problems with IEPs and getting subs, and this would alleviate a big problem for the district.
Ms. Mitchell?
Does this allow the schools to go back to using a team model?
So that, through the president to Member Mitchell, that's a complicated question, but the way that we schedule students now through an MTSS model almost creates an impossible situation where you can create that traditional peer team is how middle school folks refer to it, which is a language arts, a social studies, a math, and a science teacher, where they really meet and have that core team. Because of the intervention classes that are involved now, it's hard to establish that schedule for peer teams. What we would propose is a little bit different model, and that would really depend on the school, but that's why one of our next step recommendations is to really take a look at that planning time and develop a district protocol. There's lots of different options. One option could be that English teachers meet together and really talk about their students and their interventions and needs. And there's a variety of other models, but that's just one example.
It would allow, what it does is it allows, because right now at Hanshu, I'm the department, social studies department chair. We have our personal planning time is all 6 period, so that we can discuss things departmentally. But if you have the team, you could still meet, maybe have the three of the cores meet, and then convey what's going on. So it would really make it a lot more advantageous for the students and the whole community, parents, students, administration, counselors.
Ms. Mitchell?
So I really like what you guys have come up with. I really commend you for your work. It does take away a little bit of the discretion that schools have had, although I know with the staffing there hasn't been as much discretion as we might have hoped. Have you talked to all of the middle school principals and run this by them? Are they okay with having kind of a similar advisory system and
There was a representative.
Yeah. There were four of our 8 comprehensive middle schools principals served on the committee, and we had a good representation of different student populations, represented by their principals. So Cecily Williams from Clark was on our committee, Brendan Wilson from Wendler was on our committee, Mike Perkins from Mears, and Carrie Sumner from Romick. So we feel like we had a good representation of different viewpoints in that committee work.
I assume that the ones who are not at the table would have spoken up if they had any big issues.
I can speak as to Hanshu because our principal, Ms. Hodge, Banks Hodge, or Hodge Banks, anyway, she wants to get this solved, because in all honesty, it has caused a huge amount of consternation for the principals and for the teachers and for the students. I mean, it really we need to have this issue solved, and it's tough times. We know it's tough times, but it would be nice to have just more than 1 year. I mean, it'd be nice to kind of have somewhat. I mean, we can't commit for the next 5, but maybe 2 years, or have some consistency with regard to this issue.
The other concern is that each school has a few different things that are important to them, and that was one of the beauties of being on this committee and hearing about this immersion, language immersion program, and just the different things that we have to offer our students. But all of those scheduling considerations will look a little different for each school based on what is important to them, what do they really showcase and really offer our student base. So there is some flexibility because it's about scheduling, but there's some key pieces that we felt we need to have some uniformity to create accountability and equity.
Yeah. We did want to maintain some site-based decision-making.
Yes, yeah.
Any other? I have to say, there's always trade-offs, but I do like the kind of the team model, and not just core groups, but teachers of individual, teachers of students getting together to come up with a plan that works for that student. And I'm assuming that you can still make that happen.
Yes.
If you have a student that maybe you have some concerns about, you could reach out to his other or her other teachers and pull them together, because now you'd have time to do that.
Yes,
Yeah, that's definitely the intent of this recommendation.
yeah.
And Madam President, I just want to publicly share my thanks to the committee as well as to those that informed the committee. It was a very long process. It was absolutely student focused. It was a good thing happened. And so I thank you. And I do think that this is a great plan and your recommendation. I just have to ask, Elizabeth, were you the one in the Lions Quest video?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought we saw you before then.
Yes,
So
you
thank you for
have.
that work as well, and just want to really say terrific job, because I know it wasn't easy and it took extra time, but the devotion to kids and your schools was evident, so thank you. It's a good job.
Well, and we just want to reiterate our thanks. I think it was a pretty incredible process to be on the committee and to have so many different people of different viewpoints and what was important to them, but we all kind of had to leave that at the door to be able to say what is best for our students. So thank you.
Well, and as President of the board, and I think I speak for all board members, we certainly do thank you and the committee for their time and commitment to this. And it's been a long-standing issue, and we're glad to see that you guys have been able to come together and bring forth a very commendable recommendation. And I just want to remind school board members that even though this budget in here, the 200,000 for PTR of 30-1, as a board, we can always look at different options possibly.
And I would just like to say that Kirsten and I, was actually on the last day of the negotiating, we worked together, and she worked with us in AEA, and I just would really like to thank the superintendent and the school board. It was a big deal. It was very arduous negotiations, and really it kind of helped the contract along. So I really hope that you take this under advisement, and it would be great for the morale of, I think, all the teachers in the district, especially mid-level, to get this thing done. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you. Okay, at this time, we have, I don't believe there's any board conferences, but committee reports, finance? Do we have anything? Oh,
I'd like to just comment that Member Snelling and I went to Juneau with a
Oh,
couple
that's
of
right, I'm sorry.
ASD students, and I think it was a really good 4 days down there. We had some really great training and talked with other districts, the large districts and smaller districts, about their concerns, and found that our legislative priorities were pretty much in line, which is not surprising. And our students and the two of us got to visit, by my count, 16 different legislators, and they were all very, very student-focused, very concerned about making sure that our students in Anchorage, for our Anchorage legislators and across the state, really get, they understand how important that is. And several of them asked for some information, which the administration's helped us pull together for them, and They really are hoping to hear from us, hear from the general public, hear from students. They've really enjoyed that student perspective, and the students were able to share some of the amazing things happening in their schools, some of their wonderful teachers, and then also some of the challenges, like sitting in the aisle of a U.S. government class with taking tests on his notebook all semester long because the class was so crowded. So they really appreciate that student voice. So I think they're really asking us to reach out and let them know what our priorities are, and especially from the students who are in the schools every day experiencing the receiving end of that education, which is hopefully not so much receiving as engaging and partnering. So thank you for the opportunity to let us go down and represent the district. I don't know if you have anything to add.
It was my first time down in Juneau, and it was very eye-opening, very educational. I think the timeliness of the conversations that we had the 2 days prior to the budget coming out, was done well. It was very fresh on their minds when everything hit. The one thing I think, always have, good meetings with AAS being good trainings and, advocacy and stuff like that. I think the one thing that I walked away with that just absolutely blew my mind is the students. And I think Tam has mentioned that in the past before. We had brought down 2 students, they were 2 of 30, and they're just amazing human beings, all out there, doing good in the world, and it just gives me hope for the future, whereas maybe Juneau does not.
Well, we had one student from Diamond and one student from South, and we were talking about next year trying to maybe have a couple more students and represent a little bit more of the city. But I think the legislators really do want to do the right thing. They just need to hear from their voters.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I guess I was thinking conference, not Juneau, sorry. So thanks for the reminder. Okay, now Finance Committee.
So the Finance Committee, we met last Friday, and it was all about the budget. We talked about all the amendments coming forward and had a chance to talk with administration about some of the impacts and stuff like that. Maybe our next meeting is the 4th. I guess we'll just see how all of this rolls out. We're a really flexible Finance Committee. Yeah.
Okay, and Communications?
We have not had a meeting since our last board meeting, but we are meeting tomorrow morning at 8:30.
Okay. And Governance?
Same for governance, and we'll be right after at 9:30 tomorrow.
Okay, at this time, we are going to be having our public testimony, but I need to read a statement first.
Madam Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Donnelly.
Yeah, the Municipal Budget Commission.
Oh, I'm sorry, thank you.
The last meeting was all about the upcoming proposal for the alcohol tax. It would generate about $12 million. The biggest controversy was what would be the parameters on the utilization of that money. And it's intended to be for alcohol prevention and treatment and community patrol services and possible construction of a new center. But it is not prohibited from just freeing up other funds to utilize for other things. So that was one of the big points of discussion. The money could simply replace other money freeing up that's being used for those same things now and then be used for other things. So that was an issue that was discussed at the meeting.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now, so statement before public testimony on non-action items. The board welcomes public comments on agenda items, both action and non-action, as well as in general. We value public comment as both ensures that we remain aware of public thoughts, ideas, and concerns, and informs our decision-making process. We have a table front and center with 2 seats, microphones available for testimony, and when I call your name. You will have 3 minutes to testify, and you can begin speaking when the timer appears on the screen to your left and begins the countdown. When you have 30 seconds left, the number will turn yellow, and when the timer reaches 0, please finish your sentence. In order to provide equity to all that would like to speak, the board asks that there be no clapping after testimony, as it may intimidate others wishing to testify with opposing views. Additionally, it's not our practice that board members answer questions or engage in discussion with members of the public. This is your time to speak and our time to listen. The board will consider all information shared by the public, and when deemed necessary, issues raised in testimony will be referred to administration for follow-up. So at this time, I'd like to call Tom Claymeyer and Ann Johnson. Welcome, and again, when you see the clock, you can begin speaking.
Good evening, Madam President, board members, Madam Superintendent. Thank you for the opportunity to address you this evening. As always, I'm here to implore you to adopt the mid-level committee's recommendation as presented moments ago. As you know, the middle school issue has been an ongoing one. We've struggled with one failed iteration of the mid-level schedules after another, trying, as the old adage says, to do more with less. Of course, we know that the stark reality of doing more with less is a fantasy that does not square up with the fundamental economic principle that every choice has an opportunity cost. Over the course of the last few years, best practice has been continually eroded in favor of perceived financial savings, and yet it was our students and staff who bore the true opportunity costs, ultimately resulting in a less effective education system. The true middle school model that ASD has historically implemented was highly effective in educating our students and an integral part of the solution to improve our student achievement moving forward as kids matriculate through Anchorage schools. Not only is this demonstrated by supporting research, the conclusion of our mid-level committee, but also evidenced by the data which Board Member Foster has provided to the board. ASD students have outperformed their peers in similar districts in terms of their reading and math proficiency growth between 4th and 8th grades, despite what we're hearing in the news about failed schools. We're actually doing quite well in terms of the learning that's happening once the students are here. I would argue that that success is in large part due to the additional support afforded these students by the middle school model, in particular the genuine collaboration among educators, parent engagement, integrated curriculum design, interdisciplinary instruction, preservation of the multi-tiered system of support, and elective discovery and exploration. As you may know, the middle school question was one of AEA's highest priorities during the last round of contract negotiations and the very last sticking point before coming to a tentative agreement. Had the mediators not helped us craft this process with the committee that has culminated in the report before you this evening, and had our members not trusted in that process, we would likely still not have a contract today. I'd like to also thank the committee members for their time and effort. I'm pleased to report that that committee worked as designed, as a genuinely collaborative effort between AEA members and administration, a model for which hopefully becomes the new norm in providing educator voice and cooperative problem solving in ASD. I'm also pleased to see their emphasis on the best practices to meet the unique social, emotional, and academic needs and challenges for our adolescent students. I ask that you now honor that compact made when you approve the ASD AEA collectively bargained agreement. As a direct extension of that contract, which was ratified by our members in good faith, I ask that the school board adopt the committee's recommended 5 of 7 schedule for the 2019-20 school year for our middle school students. Thank you.
Thank you. If I could have Jody Stahl come up next, please.
Hi, my name is Ann Johnson, and I'm going to switch gears from budget and schedules to safety and communication for a few moments. I'm the parent of 2 Rogers Park students. I'm here today to express my disappointment in this Anchorage School District in failing to provide transparent communication and downplaying an incident which took place in my children's school last week, and failing to ensure the continued safety of its students and the trust of its parents. When I find out about a loaded gun on campus brought by a student more than 7 hours later through a message that vaguely refers to a weapon, that's not okay. When I'm informed by the media before ASD informs me, that's unacceptable. When ASD's delayed information is still more vague than the news reports, that's completely unacceptable, especially when the message begins in an effort to maintain transparent communication. This is not transparent communication. So much more could have and should have been said that still would have protected the personal identification and rights of the minor involved. It is critical for the safety of all students, staff, teachers, parents, and visitors that ASD has a zero-tolerance policy on guns at school. The ASD handbook reads that recommended disciplinary action is expulsion. However, based on statements made regarding the incident, it appears that ASD is sending the message that it's okay to have a gun with ammunition on campus as long as you're young enough. So what exactly is the age at which it's not okay to have a gun at school? First grade, second grade, third grade? Whether or not the child was too young to understand the consequences does not negate the fact that the potential for serious harm existed. Claiming that the small stature of the child and the fact that there was not around in the chamber somehow makes this okay or less serious is absolutely not okay. The family of Kayla Rowland, killed in her first grade classroom by a classmate, can attest to this tragic fact. I'd like to know if ALICE procedures were implemented to lock down and secure the school since there were many unknowns when the firearm was found. If not, why? Under what circumstances would ALICE procedures be initiated? Why weren't teachers called by the front office working as a team and backpacks checked? How were ASD staff able to conclude by Friday morning that there was no risk to any other student despite an ongoing investigation by APD? ASD needs to follow its stated policy that students possessing guns on school grounds will be recommended for expulsion. A zero-tolerance stance sends a strong message that bringing a gun to school is never acceptable. Lastly, ASD has proven that it is woefully inadequately prepared to communicate effectively when it is most needed. I hope that my words tonight will bring about improvements to ASD's communication policy and practice, that their communication will be timely and transparent, as they say they are, and that a detailed communication plan will be formed in conjunction with Anchorage Police Department in case of future incidents.
Thank you for your testimony. And if I could call Marnie Hartwell up, please. You can begin when you say.
Good evening. My name is Jody Stahl. I've worked as an elementary school counselor for the Anchorage School District for 17 years. The last time I gave testimony at a school board meeting was when counselors were being cut from the budget. I'm happy to be here tonight to first say thank you for supporting the need for school counselors. Recently I did hear that the school board spoke of having a 0.5 school counselor in all schools. Given the mental health issues that we see in our students and families, this is truly something to celebrate. The second reason I'm here this evening is to speak to the advantage of having a full-time counselor position in a school rather than a 0.5 position. When I began my career in ASD, I started with the Creating Successful Futures program, including implementing the second part of the grant for grades 4, 5, and 6. At some point, the 4, 5, 6 program was cut from the budget and I was put into two schools, Chinook and Bayshore, both with large student populations. My ratio was approximately 1 to 980 students. The American School Counseling Association recommends a ratio of 1 to 250. 2 years ago, Nita Stevens, the former Chinook principal, brought me on full-time at Chinook and funded 0.5 of my position with Title I money. It soon became apparent how much more efficient being in one school is. I'm there all day, so I'm able to have lunch with students every day, building stronger connections. I'm there when students and staff need me for support for a variety of reasons. I am there when parents in crisis just drop in. I am there when a crisis intervention is needed. I am there when a student I am connected with will not respond for anyone else but will respond for me. I am there to support as needed when things might be escalating that day and an extra hand is necessary. The Anchorage School District is a leader in social emotional learning. A big part of SEL is building connections. A big part of helping students who are traumatized is building connections. At Chinook, we have many traumatized students. I have been at Chinook long enough to have built many connections with students and families. For example, there is currently a kindergarten who I have known since she was a baby. I knew both of her sisters and have a rapport with her mother. These connections are difficult to create when a counselor is split between two schools. People don't remember when the counselor is at the building, and for that reason they cannot depend on the counselor to help them. Next year, Chinook will no longer be a Title I school. For me, this means I will be asked again as 100% funded by ASD, which means I will be asked to have two schools once again, Chinook and another school. Unfortunately, Chinook's missing the percentage to qualify for Title I funding was slight, and there will be the same needs next year as there are this year, but with less support. I'm here to say that with my years of experience as a counselor, and having been both split between schools and at one school, it is much more efficient and best practice to keep a counselor, support person at one school. The question we always ask ourselves is what is best for the students? I know typical protocol for the district has been to split elementary counselors between two schools. I'm here asking you to consider another approach by allowing those counselors who are 100% district funded to remain in one elementary school if that is currently their present role. Thank you.
Thank you. And if I could call Tina Avedon? Avedon? Yes. Oh, no. Hi.
Thank you. Thank you, members of the board, for hearing my testimony. My name is Marnie Hartill. I teach at Greening Middle School. I'm also a member and leader of AEA, and I appreciate the work of the mid-level committee, and I embrace the recommendations. It's clear that the committee has done a tremendous amount of research, discussion, and thoughtful considerations of all factors impacting our students. I have taught at the middle school level most of my 10 years here at ASD, and I am extremely grateful to the mid-level committee and their work. Having joined the district in 2009, teaching 8th grade language arts on Blackstone team at Mears Middle School, I appreciated my first experience with the middle school model, and our team would closely monitor the growth and development of our students, ensuring the wraparound supports and addressing the academic growth, student engagement, and behavioral support of all students. And thereafter, I taught at Clark Middle School for 4 more years, where I saw the middle school model deliver with great fidelity until things started to fall apart in 2014 when the legislature started to cut and slash and flat fund us. And that compounded the problem, and soon we saw the disappearance in team time for elective teachers, and you know what happened next. So that was the reason I moved to the high school. That's the reason that I transferred to Bartlett High School, was because as an English language arts teacher and the grading of writing every night, I saw my colleagues there and the amount of caseload that they had, and I quickly, swiftly moved out. Now that I'm back at Greening, I've worked harder this year than I've ever worked in my 15 years as an educator. And an hour and a half early every morning, every day, work through lunch, work through prep period, collaborating, doing my best to help my 7th and 8th grade mixed classroom, my intensive courses, as well as my computer technology classes. So I just want to let you know that the middle school model is crucial to ensure that our students build literacy. It's crucial to prevent students from falling through the cracks. It's crucial in retention of our middle school educators. And I ask that the school board adopt the middle level committee's recommendations. As AEA President Claymeyer said, it's an opportunity cost, and the issue with the cost of opportunity. I encourage you to continue to lobby the Alaska legislature in the face of the debacle delivered from Juneau last Wednesday morning, and invite each board member here, all parents here, all educators, all students, each and every citizen here to join together this Saturday at 10 a.m. to speak out to our legislators about that cost of opportunity. Our Anchorage students deserve a quality public education. Thank you.
Thank you. And if I can have Candy Jo Bracken come forward. And Tina, whenever you see the clock there.
Hi, my name is Tina Avanda, and I appreciate your time listening to me. I'm a homeschool mom of 20 years with 9 kids, and I've recently come to the Anchorage School District with my 3 youngest, and have had largely very positive experiences since coming into the district. I have 2 kids at Denali Montessori, and I have a daughter that is at Romig, and all of the staff that I have dealt with have been wonderful. Recently, I had an incident happen in one of my kiddos' classrooms that, as I pulled a thread around what had happened for him specifically, discovered that there's a policy that I did not know was in place having to do with the classroom dynamic when there's a kiddo with extreme behavior challenges that will remain in a classroom while the remainder of the kids will either be removed if the behavior's bad enough in the classroom, or will remain in the classroom and observe this behavior. And the teachers and the kids are, in this particular incident that happened in my son's classroom, was very traumatic. As I said, as I talked to teachers and the counselor at the school and the principal about what had happened, I discovered that the trickle down from what this dynamic is in the classroom in terms of how it's affecting the academics, that the initial incident of what's happening when these behaviors happen in the classroom and how the kids are traumatized and the teachers are traumatized, that there is a post-traumatic sort of thing that happens, and the academia around what it takes place in the next several days or even weeks to come is being significantly impacted. That the complicatedness of the situation, given particularly at Denali Montessori being the cross-section that it is, it's a real picture of what the diversity is in our school district in terms of the socioeconomic disparity, along with very real issues having to do with addiction and enormous issues that show up in the classroom, even at an elementary school level, and even in those youngest grade levels. Trying to figure out solutions. I recognize that I'm coming in to this situation kind of late in the game and not trying to imply that I have any easy solutions, just questions and wanting to be part of a solution, roll my sleeves up and figure out how I might be able to be part of the discussion around what can be changed specifically in regard to this policy around kiddos. When there's a classroom of 23 to 24 kids that are hostage to these situations, and the one kiddo that is remaining in the classroom cannot be removed physically from the classroom and taken out so that the academia can continue, that the kids can feel safe in their dynamic, in their learning environment. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. And if I could have Alex.
Thank you for hearing my concerns last meeting as the Cougar Gridiron Booster Club president representing the 80+ families in our program. Today I'm here as the parent of 2 Service High School student athletes to discuss once again the ASD contract with OPA and our current services with AFOC. I'm extremely concerned about this exclusive contract that we've been told has already been signed with OPA. Service High School currently has donated services with AFOC, which includes after-school hours, practice coverage, home and away games. That includes coverage while we travel to Soldotna or to Fairbanks or even to California like we did a couple years ago. We currently have 3 medical trainers donating AFOC services to cover our student athletes. I chose Service High School for my kids because of, first, their BCA medical program, and then second, for the safety standards that they have at all of their athletic programs. This was a huge concern to me as my kids are very much into athletics and not just football, but all the sports. What we're asking for as the parents is access to the contract and what services will be offered, not necessarily to us as the parents, but to the athletic director and the admin at Service High School. Second, we want to know what options are available to the booster clubs to help fill any gaps in coverage if there are any. And third, what promises have been made by ASD in this contract that will affect booster clubs' fundraising and planning activities, as we do fund a large portion of what happens with our sports. My son was injured last year during a football game. During that game, he was taken out by our medical trainer. She was able to keep in contact with him over the weekend. She watched him during practice. She was able to catch that he was still in pain, even though he told everybody he was fine, because she knows him. She was able to watch him practice, watch him out in the field during weightlifting, and see the little grimaces that the coaches don't have time to focus on because they have 80 players out there in that field. She was able to know his normal capabilities and to watch that, and kept him from getting permanent damage because he was not able to play the next game and was able to recover with the physical training that she put him through. We want to keep these services. We understand if the contract has already been signed, there's not much we can do. It's an exclusive contract. If there's the possibility, if we know what services they are going to provide, then the booster clubs and the parents can get together and find out what we can do to cover these services that our students need. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. And if I could have Cheyenne Thomas come up. And Alex, you can begin when you see the clock over there.
Hi, so I'm a student athlete at Service High School. Like my mom said, I experienced a injury during one of our games. I was able to get the physical therapy that I needed to have during my free time after school that my parents would not have been able to afford if I was to be sent to a clinic. Also with AFOC, our trainer that does have an office at the school with BCA, she has partnered up with them and has created a mandatory 2 to 3 class after school for everyone who is doing a HOSA conference event over for state for sports medical, to where they will learn how to wrap injuries. They would have to understand injuries and see what defines them. And with that, it will spread awareness for this. And I believe that with donating her own time on doing anything, she could be doing anything else, and she decided to donate to the school, be at our school, and help other sports other than football. We also have around 3 show up to our practices and weight training to watch everybody, check in with everybody who's known with an injury, and make sure they don't do anything that will re-injure them. Thank you.
Thank you. If I could have Kim Scott. And Cheyenne, you can begin when you see the clock.
My name is Cheyenne Thomas, and I am an 8th grader at Mears Junior High. Last year we had teams, and this helped me with the transition to and through middle school. My teachers had time to talk to each other and help us with any work that we couldn't do on our own. If there was any problems, counselors were active in helping us through whatever problems came up as us being teenagers and making mistakes. At the beginning of this year, we lost our teams. My teachers were busy with a lot of students and teaching more classes. This year has been a lot harder, and my teachers do not have as much time to help me or even find out what's going on with me academically. Even my mom doesn't have the same communication with the school as she did last year. My mom is a teacher, a 3rd grade teacher, so she is not much help with my schoolwork. At the beginning of the school year, I hated going to bargaining meetings, but it was the only time I could get help with my schoolwork. Past teachers, along with my brother's old teachers, would help me with my schoolwork while listening to the bargaining meeting because my actual teachers never had time to work with me during the school day. I go to other teachers on my time and off theirs. Well, it almost seems like they never really do have off times because of how hard teachers actually work. My teachers, the ones that work the hardest, the same teachers that have to deal with other students and my attitudes because we're not having the time to practice in order to understand the concept. My mom told me one of the reasons why we were at bargaining was so you guys, as the school board, would know how important middle school model is to us students. Even though I'm moving on to high school, I think it is important for kids coming up to have the support of middle school model. I listen to my mom, watching the news, sitting at bargaining and board meetings. The one thing I keep hearing is that there's not enough money. Money should not be an issue. The school board is always talking about wanting the best for students. However, you let the money make the decisions and not what's best for the students. Not educating the students in the way they learn and giving them emotional support in middle school and high school will cost the district and state more money. I can't imagine what my life would be like if my mom had said she didn't have enough money to raise me. Instead, she goes out and finds the money. Maybe you should think about doing the same. Thank you.
Thank you. And if we could have Jacob Scott come forward. And Kim, whenever you see the clock.
Hi, my name is Kim Scott. I'm a mother of an athlete at Service High School. I'm here to discuss just give my comments on AFOC being our trainers at our school. This is my son here. This year during practice, he dislocated his shoulder, and our trainers were there on the spot. They not only took care of him at practice, they took him into the clinic. I met him there. They also worked with him doing physical therapy in the off season and making sure that he was back to normal, and to have that peace of mind as a parent, to know that these trainers that know our kids and have worked with our kids and that our kids are comfortable with, that they'll be honest. Like he'll tell me he's fine, but he'll tell the trainer the truth. And to have that comfort level is a very big thing as a parent. And these trainers are not only at the games, they're at the practices, they're at the workouts and off season. They're available when we travel out of state, or just, within the state. And I would really, as a parent, like to see them stay with our school. I don't know
I don't know if it's an option because I guess the contract has been signed, but if we could get that same service, because that service is a very big thing when you have an athlete that's participating in a sport that's full contact, and there can be injury, and there is injury, you know, and to have that covered by them is very comforting, and that's it. That's all I have.
Thank you. If we could have Amanda Johnson come up. And Jacob, you can begin when you see the clock. And don't be nervous.
Every single time that I'm at school and we are doing a football related workout or practice, she's always there. And whenever I did get an injury, she drove me to the hospital and basically took care of me after it happened and then got me there safely. And she helped me through the off season and has given me workouts and stretches and stuff to do that can help it heal faster. But she's just there for the whole team at all times that we need her. And there's never a time that she's not going to be there for us. And it's just very nice to have something like that at service. And yeah, that's it.
Thank you so much. Good job. Damian Johnson. Okay, and Amanda, you can begin when you see the clock.
So I, again, am a parent here at First Service High with not only football, but basketball. We have wrestling kiddos in our families. And having AFOC with us has been tremendous. My son has not only, yes, he's had injuries with all sports. She's there, she helps him wrap his ankles, helps wrap every part of shoulders, everything. She's also there for him for BCA. So it's not just sports, she's there, and having AFOC there to help us and donating their time. But it's just nice to know that she's there and she has a relationship with these players, and that obviously they won't have with their parents and sometimes even their coaches, because their coaches sometimes want to get them back out on the field faster than they should. But she sees it and she realizes that it's not healthy for the players, and she'll stop it. And they're more apt to talk to her than they are their own coach, because they're comfortable. And I mean, come on now, how many 15-year-old boys or 16-year-old boys will come to you and actually be honest with you? It takes a lot of them to be able to trust you, and that's huge. I mean, it could be their last concussion. It could, having somebody that knows these players day in and day out, every day, and not just a trainer that's going to show up every now and again, or even if we're not going to have a trainer there, I'd want to have somebody I trust. And having the trainer that we have now, we trust her with our kids' lives, because she's there to help them and to show that she cares and that she trusts them.
Thank you. And I saw that look when she said that about and Damien, you can begin whenever you see the clock.
So I'm a student athlete at Service. I'm also a part of the BCA program. Like how she was just talking about, how she's there to help the BCA like do sports medicine stuff for the HOSA events that are coming up. That's an important thing for the school, having a sports like a medical program and being able to compete and nationally against other states and other HOSA programs, and being able to be recognized nationally. It's a good help for her to be able to be there and help everyone else doing that stuff. And that's just that's away from sports and everything. And so as a football player, being having her there at every practice, and not even when we're practicing, and just having a casual conversation with her is it's normal, and it's not hard to talk to her. So, and with ongoing injury that I've had, she's been able to help me and give me stretches and stuff that could help me, and recommends me to places that could give me more help and be able to get me healthy for me being able to play other sports and having having a future of not having to get a surgery. And being in pain for a while. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you. And if I could have, looks like Jan Bracken and Kaylee Waltering. I probably said that last name wrong, so I apologize. Oh, is that Ian? Sorry, Ian. It looked like a J. And you guys don't give him a hard time.
I'm here about the discussion of losing AFOC. During our Fairbanks and Soldotna game this last year, AFOC traveled with us and attended the injuries during the game. And for those games that AFOC was the only medical advisor that came to those games, and we didn't have any other ones. And most of our games, AFOC was the only one that showed up. AFOC shows up to every practice, every workout, and they really don't miss one. And they don't only help out with football, they help out with other sports like basketball and hockey and other stuff. And yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Minutes and 58 seconds.
Oh,
Wow.
so-
I can talk for
Wrong
more.
button, sorry.
Be careful.
There we go. There you go.
So my name is Kaylee Watering, and I'm a parent of a student that attended Eagle River Elementary School. She's in the optional program there. My son went to the optional program. He now goes to Chugiak High School. And I am hopefully going to do a good job representing a lot of the parents. So our preference is for the whole of Eagle River Elementary, including the Open Optional Program and the preschool program, to stay together, to be placed together in some magical building. However, it seems inevitable that our community will be split up. Optional is blessed because our program allows us to operate as a school within a school, and it seems like Homestead Elementary would be a very good fit for the optional program. The neighborhood families, if a building is not found, seems like they'll probably be splintered into whatever school is closest. Our teachers will be reassigned and our support staff will be redundant and will never be the same. I urge you to reconsider your short-term Band-Aid that you want to put over next year. You can't cover the pain that is now and will be suffered by our school community with a short-term Band-Aid. I'd also like to address another issue affecting our community. Earlier this evening, I heard the following things said by other teachers working on another committee. They talked about a better teaching experience. They talked about less stress on teachers, and they said that something would be really important for teachers. And they were talking about scheduling, but for my reasons, our teachers right now would like first right of refusal for their job. When ERE is put back together, Eagle River Elementary, whatever happens, whether it's a building fix, whether it's a rebuild, whatever it ends up being, they would like first right of refusal so that they can have that job back. I understand that right now it's not written into their contracts other than our principal's contract. I know that there's a precedent set, but it's not the same as having it in writing. It causes stress for our teachers that they bring to school every day, and it gets translated to our children in the classroom, and then it comes home at night. And it's completely a reasonable request, and it seems like a really easy thing to do, to reach out to the teachers and offer them that. I don't know, I'm sure there's lots and lots of background things that I don't know about and don't understand, but that one just seems like a pretty easy fix. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to testify on non-action items? Okay. We're moving on to superintendent's update.
Thank you, Madam President. I have just a couple of things planned, but we'll also, if the board would like, try to address some of the comments this evening. And just wanted to share, first of all, the Betty Davis African American Summit went well this weekend. Lots of support for schools and in all the different functions. So just wanted to think that that was something for which ASD partnered. We did provide the facility in order to continue that educational charge of our former board member.
And
So
I'm
wanted
going to
to share.
interrupt for just a second. I meant to mention earlier there was an education session, and Dr. Bishop did a wonderful job of talking about all the wonderful things going on in our district. So I meant to mention
Thank
that
you.
earlier. Sorry about that.
Thanks, Tina. Just wanted to share the picture there. Members Marset and Mitchell attended, as well as lots of legislators. And the gentleman down here next to me is a former employee from the 1980s. And he was a kick in the pants. And just because I'm on the spot, I forget his name, Dr. Louis Overstreet, Dr. Overstreet. So he's the person to my right, the left on the picture. And he spoke quite a bit and had experience. He was the director in charge of capital projects at the time. So that was interesting. He left really in 1993, and this is one of his first times back. So he addressed the group. There was a request by a board member in regard to, in the discussion, and I wanted to present it during the superintendent report because originally we had it on the agenda to vote, but the agenda has been modified. And it was, how many retentions do we actually make or have in a given year? And Member Holloman at the time talked about 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th graders as being credit deficit, not necessarily being retained. And that's questionable too, because there was a request that says, you know, until you have 7 credits or more than 6 credits, you shouldn't be called a sophomore or a year 2 or whatever. But that's, we could move into that. But these are the data. We do not have a specific program that recalls retention data. So this was a little bit of a trick to try to figure out. We did a survey, but then we also looked and just studied the data over time of any student that was in the system twice, and were able to take out the anomalies. And so this is what we came up with in regard to this, which each of these, the N in that particular grade level, 0 is kindergarten, but in that particular grade level, at the time of the retention last year, that's how many students were in that grade level at count, audited numbers. Any given day, of course, it could be different, but audited numbers is there. So it's about 1% in kindergarten, and then it ranges to like 6/100ths of a percent in all the grade levels. So that was a request from the board. I wanted to be sure, but those data took a little trick to kind of find. But we could write script to be able to keep this data easily accessible.
Ms. Hildig?
Thanks for getting this. I'll just share my surprise in seeing how few kindergartners don't get to repeat that year based on being a kindergarten mom. I could see several kids who maybe. So I think the possible retention policy will be a good benefit to our district. But thank you for sharing that, Doug.
Consequently, I worked with a program that was, we called it pre-first. So kindergartens were never held back. They moved on to a new curricula, a new group of, but it was called kindergarten pre-first first. And a lot of families chose this. In fact, half the kids in the class in each of these, in each of the elementary schools it was by choice, and the other half was a conversation. So it was a very successful program. Mainly it was looked at for maturity by choice for parents. But these are these are the other data, and I did want to say that what you're looking at was taken directly from, let me get from the dashboard to explain this a little bit. There was an ask about what's our kids on track for high school, and the light blue is last year. The orange was 2 years ago. So it's 16, 17, or 16, 17, 17, 18, 18, 19. No, we don't. Is the present one is the darkest color on the bottom, and the 3 years. And we made some, you want these to grow because these are students that are on track to graduate at each of our high schools. I believe that was the request. How many are not making it? We don't really have retention necessarily, but we do track whether they're making it with their D or F data. I would say what Nancy Neal, she said it in my just studying the data, these data, I suggested, we're kind of behind this fall, and she mentioned in a lot of consternation that was caused by just a lack of settlement with the contract really does take focus off of the learning of students and the focus of education. And I don't know, but that would be a hypothesis. It's kind of interesting that that came up as well as a statement, because we are actually lagging where we were last year at this time. So we're working on that. I know that principals earlier in our principals meeting that we had really refocused with staff about their learning data to really focus on what matters, which is the board goals and student outcomes for which the board asks for success. So those were the two pieces of information that actually it was Member Holloman who requested, and I tried to get it before I put it here instead of a work session because of the item on the agenda. Did you have?
Mr. Holloman?
Yeah. Kind of an observation, and I really appreciate it. This is very informative and goes directly to what I was asking. When I look at the high school data, one, I think it looks pretty high. The other thing that I always try to look at when we're looking at numbers is what do they really mean? Obviously, we'd like for it to be 100%, but the reality is if we have a school that's really doing a job keeping marginal students in school, that will give them lower numbers. And you can't tell from this whether or not that's the case, or they have students that a large number of students are just goofing off. But it always concerns me because you don't have any trouble keeping your AP and honors kids in school, and they're not the dropouts that you manage to pull back and suddenly it jumps all your averages and test scores because these really high-performing students didn't drop out. It's kids that are marginal. It's kids that are struggling. They've usually failed a class. And when you keep them in school, your averages look crappier because of it, for lack of using the technical educational jargon that we value. So that's a little bit of a deeper dive, and it would be tougher to figure out. And I'm not asking staff to take time right now to figure that out while we make sure we've got a spot for everybody after the earthquake. But that's what I hope people would take away. When you look at some of the numbers that look lower, the question is that a success story from counselors and the work of teachers to keep borderline students in class? Because the people that keep in class will be the off-track kids, the kids that are looking at maybe dropping out because things aren't going well. Or it could be an indication of a problem. So, I mean, it could go either way. But I do think this tells us a lot, and of course it doesn't tell us everything. So, thank
Right,
you.
and actually to that, what data do is just raise another question, and that was one posed. I do want to share that this weekend it was a tough, there was some comments in regard to, and this came up a couple years ago when it was, at the time it was Dr. Paramo, like has a war on Fs, because we just shared the DF data, and all we just asked why are there and what do we know about it. And the community, and I'll share at the summit, there are our students of minority have the largest gap. And so it doesn't mean why, why we can go to the next, question about why is it that certain student groups experience schooling different. So it wasn't about, and the discussions we're engendering with staff and at schools is to let's look at our own practices, and that's why the focus of the middle school committee was just tremendous, because that was their true focus of how do we engage our kids at our school doing all those things about having great environments, having time for students as well as focusing on their needs through their teaching model. And the tiered instruction is not really tiered kids, it's actually tiered instruction, like what do we do for them? And it's just it's great practice to just look at data. All it is a number. It doesn't tell you the answers, and that's how I hope that our district can move forward, that we would find the answers within ourselves, because each middle school will be different, each high school, as Member Holloman said, they all tell their own story, and so it's imperative that we discover those stories individually. So with that, just some other things I wanted to mention, that just to update as far as committees, that the district had been invited to testify at the Senate Education Committee now twice, and it was specifically made by the staffer of Senator Stevens. Once was on the middle college and the experience we had, which basically we were requested not to add anything. They simply requested the middle college study that we had done prior to just redo it again to a committee. We also were asked on the earthquake. So we followed through with those things. And I do want to share in regard to, with the board, in regard to the gun, loaded gun being found at Rogers Park. And the parent should have a concern, just as we did, in regard to the information. And we have since followed up with the police department. As you know, ASD and APD do not get in front of each other. Actually, we don't get in front of them, because when we make a report of a crime, we don't continue to investigate. So we allowed the APD, by policy, by our protocol and agreement with Chief Dahl, to investigate. And at that time, we were not released to give any detail about the weapon. Consequently, we did not want the day to go by without staff and parents knowing that a weapon was found. That evening, the news, we weren't given a call, but that evening the news, the APD, the person at that time, who is not the person who is their PIO, who usually handles the cases, he was out of town, as was their second person that we know well. A third person addressed it and shared the information, because by then they had enough information to release that it was a handgun. But they did not share that with us. And our policy is that before they go public to the media, they share with us, we share with our families. We share internally. That protocol was not followed. We found out, like everyone else did, I found out on my phone and said, whoa, how did that get out? Immediately, Chief Dahl and I had a conversation. He apologized for that. He shared the circumstances. It was just a perfect storm in their department. We do have a policy to announce all the information that we can prior to the media and prior to that media release. And we have an agreement, and it was just missed on APD side. They apologized. We immediately got our information out about that, not just to the families of Rogers Park, to the families in the entire district. And so I did want to share that piece of information with the board as we're working through that. Sadly enough, our service high folks left before to hear the discussion. The principal, will reach out. We'll continue to share the information, but that AFOC and OPA, I can share that information again, for which I investigated, if you'd like to go on public record again. But the folks that are most interested in the what happened with that left, but maybe for the other folks in the audience. For some background, OPA has a long-standing contract with ASD through our bidding process, and that happens at all comprehensive high schools. When there was a former principal at the school, his wife worked at AFOC, and they signed an agreement not knowing that the district had services and a standing agreement with OPA by contract and our purchasing policy. So Dave Whiting, he would have voided it at the time, but the two companies had merged under one parent company, and so this whole issue became a non-issue. However, the two companies have since gone to arbitration and legally separated. This year, OPA asked to enforce the clause in their original agreement to the first right of refusal to provide services at Service. And Service High is notified they'll work with their folks. There isn't anything in the wish of the parent who wants information about the services. All that will be provided. We'll follow up with that group. So we'll continue to do so. I think it's great. There is a person that they absolutely like that's a trainer, and that's terrific. That they're advocating for that. But we will go ahead and follow up with that group and the coach as well again, so that all the parents understand. And then we can answer the services that they give and what additional services might they have. So we'll ensure that follow-up happens again. And then finally, there is a plan for releasing tomorrow the survey results for Eagle River and Chugiak. And as the board knows, there were meetings last week, and they were successful meetings, although we didn't meet folks' needs how they wanted to give information, but it was imperative that we received the information and had all voices heard, so we did have listening sessions. So there is a promise of a release of information which will occur tomorrow, and so that the board knows the information is the entire survey with the actual raw data. We also promised to release the survey responses. When someone wanted none of the above, there was an option in each of those categories to give additional information. And what is it? So all the comments, we've cleaned them up. I believe there was just a couple that specifically named a person, and we've taken that out, and it'll demonstrate, removed by administration. Since listening the first night, we opened up a student report, and over 400 kids responded. And so you'll just have to be, ready for student responses, as school's stupid sometimes, and we don't like this, that. So I love their responses, but we'll go through them. Those are kind of normal feedback. We get that at home as well. And even in our homes, things are stupid, right? That kids don't like in their own homes. So I wanted to share that those data will be there as well. The option for anonymous surveys, because some people wouldn't even speak in a small group. They don't want anything to do with electronics. So we have the green sheets. We've transcribed those for anonymous, as well as the listening room. So the staff that sat in the rooms all took information down. So everyone who participated in the survey or one of those options should see their own response listed right there. And we'll share that. And we are requesting from the board, we do that at 6 o'clock for Eagle River tomorrow, 6 o'clock the next day. If the board, I know the chair of the committee mentioned that perhaps we can get together from 4:30 to 5:30 at Eagle River, or Eagle River tomorrow is Eagle River. Eagle River's tomorrow, Chugiak's the second day. It flip-flopped this week just due to high school schedules and the like. So if the board would like, we could do a work session to go over some of the results and recommendations, as well as the information is released. What we would like to then happen at those 6 o'clock meetings is to really set up a feedback, an opportunity now knowing what we know about and giving everyone a voice, those that would like to come forward and do public testimony and testify or share their information, that would behoove us, because I really do feel that an opportunity to be heard was there without being influenced or even if you were shy or uncomfortable, it was offered to do so. If that's the case, the chair of the committee, which is Elisa Snelling, can confirm that, but we can do that prior to. We would like to simultaneously release the information to the employees and then follow through to the entire community. And that way we can move to the answers for which was mentioned. And I did share with the staff at the staff meeting last week. It didn't come up in greeting, but what one of the Kaylee had mentioned about the teachers wanting, if they did get broken up when the school was rebuilt or refined or whatever that story of the school may be, that they have first right of refusal. The actual transfer of positions is written in the collective bargaining agreement. So it actually resides with the AEA and what we would do, and the president has said he would work with us to come up with a solution that there could be an opportunity to get early understanding of where you would like to be. But when Clark was rebuilt and people were sent away, those folks came back unless they found other jobs. So when the testimony said we've had precedent with this, that is what happened at Clark. I researched it, but we could get that into writing if folks feel more comfortable. But it would take the cooperation of the MOU with the collective bargaining folks, and they would want to be transparent to all their members and things like that. So it just takes a little work, but I believe the board and everybody's willing. We worked out something with Mount I and try to support people's first, second, and third choices of where they'd like to be. So I see us being able to do that as well with Mount Spur and any other folks. So that concludes just being really responsive to the different issues that have been presented. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Mitchell.
Okay, it is time to vote on our consent agenda items. So, let me find where I'm at.
I'm just going to I lost my connection, so I lost my computer connection.
Oh, okay.
I move to approve the consent agenda, ASD Memorandum Number 123, our personnel report, the November 19th, 2018 work session, executive session, and regular session minutes, and the November 26th, 2018 special meeting minutes.
Second.
Student vote?
Yes.
Members, please vote.
Katie, I think I need to do it says I've been logged out.
Yes.
Okay, and that agenda is approved with 7 yeas. And before you move forward, Ms. Oh, student hearing, sorry. I get ahead of myself. So if you want to go ahead and do the student hearing.
I move to approve the expulsion of the student associated with ASD incident number 1278847 as discussed in the executive session.
Second.
Board members, please vote. And that motion moves forward with 7 yeas.
I move.
Now before we get to the action items, I just need to state the procedures for agenda item testimony. And that is an action item memo is first introduced by the vice president and is seconded by another board member. I'll open the floor for public testimony. If you have signed up in advance or indicate you're interested in providing testimony, I will call on you to come to the front table to speak. You'll have 3 minutes to talk, and you will see a timer on the screen to your left. The monitor will let you know how much time you have left and inform you of when you need to conclude. After all testimony closes, I will open the floor for board discussion, followed by student board representative vote before finally calling for the official vote. The voting results will be displayed on the screen to my right. Okay, now, Ms. Mitchell.
I move to approve ASD Memorandum Number 063 and authorize the superintendent to accept a continuation grant award from the Alaska Department of Education and Early Development in the amount of $476,979 for the 5th year of a 5-year project.
Second.
And I believe I have some questions on this before we, or do we have any public testimony on this action item? No public testimony. Is there any board discussion? Okay, I do. I wrote some questions here. So on this, I was looking that this is a 5-year grant, and we're in our fifth year. And I looked at the results that said the results of serving 3,735 students over the last 4 years. And my question is, it showed, you know, who was where and where all the money was spent, but have we seen any results from this program and this grant as far as graduation rates, attendance, or anything like that?
Thank you, Madam President. That's a great question. Maria Hernandez, the grant coordinator, is front and present.
Hi, thank you. So there are evaluations that are being done in collaboration with the state. The evaluations really haven't been done. They've been done doing specific activities. And actually, they've done focus groups and stuff, and I can forward those reports to you. The state has been compiling all this data, and they're really looking at the mental health components. They haven't really done too much in terms of graduation rates and stuff like that. That's been, each school individually has been doing that,
Okay.
but not as a collective.
Yeah, if you could forward me that information, I'd love to have it. Thank you.
And I can forward you all 4 reports that the state has put together.
Okay, thank you. Any other board comments or questions? Ms. Mitchell?
Vail is one of the schools that are in my portfolio, and the principal there said this grant has been just incredibly beneficial to her school and has really helped many of her students over the years. So I'm just pleased that we've got this year left, and it'd be nice to find the funding to be able to continue with this support for our students going forward.
Yes,
And it's
thank
not that I don't, I'm sure that I know there's value to these grants, but as a board, we just kind of like pass these forward, and I just kind of like to have a little more information on what we're getting out of them, I guess, and how it's working with our students and with the schools.
Right, the benefits.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, benefits, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, if there's no other questions or comments, can we have the student vote, please?
Yes.
Okay, board vote, please.
Did Dave's come back on? Yes.
Yeah. And that motion carries 7 yeas.
I move to approve ASD Memorandum Number 114, the fiscal year 2019-2020 preliminary budget, and authorize an upper limit spending authority of $804,661,600.
Okay. And we do have public testimony on this one, so I will call up Brandon Wilson and Frank Hauser. Welcome, gentlemen.
For the record, Brendan Wilson. I'm the president of the Anchorage Principals Association. To begin tonight, I'd like to thank the APA members who are here this evening. As I'm sure you're going to hear, these evenings away from school are precious to us, and I appreciate them sharing their time to join me in advocating for our assistant principals. In fact, many of our members are at their schools tonight supervising activities or sports, and we have another group that is down in Juneau advocating for our students right now. I'll allow others to talk about what it is that our assistant principals do. Tonight I'd like to spend my time addressing a question that I heard. It's actually a combination of questions I heard in the Finance Committee meeting on Friday. And the question is, how do we know we're getting our best value from the quantity and placement of our assistant principals? To answer, we might be inclined to compare ourselves to other districts. If we do that, we need to look at the whole picture. We might find that we have a higher staffing amount of APs than districts of similar size, but we will also almost certainly find that we have less administrative support from the central office. Every time we've made a cut here, that work has made its way down to us. We also need to be aware that many districts with fewer APs assign what we would consider to be administrative jobs to other titles, such as Dean of Discipline or Activities Director. There is another approach we could take. As our members testify tonight, I encourage you to listen for trends. I expect you're going to hear a lot about safety and supervision. Those are management tasks, and while they're very important, they're not the most important thing that we do. I wish that you would hear more about us being instructional leaders. We need enough of a workforce to be able to share the management tasks and still make time for educational leadership. and at the same time grow the skills of our assistant principals. According to the Wallace Foundation, which has done a lot of work on this topic, nationwide, 15% of the average principal's day is spent on instructional leadership. 85% is spent on management tasks. We must find a way to flip those numbers for the maximum impact for our students. The Wallace Foundation also has great tools for tracking how principals spend their time and for refocusing it in the classroom. If our financial outlook gets better, this would be an excellent way to invest in our leadership. We welcome an opportunity to look for ways to make us more efficient, and more impactful. Until that work is done, we ask you to keep our staffing levels where they are, and we appreciate the work you're doing on the budget. We know it's hard.
Thank you. And if I could call up Holly Morris. You know the drill.
All right. President Marset, Dr. Bishop, members of the board. My name is Frank Hauser. I'm the principal at Service High School. I'm speaking tonight in response to the amendments to cut an assistant principal at Service and our other large secondary schools. I've been with the district for 20 years, 15 as an administrator. During my 3-year tenure at Service, we have already lost 25% of our assistant principals. Our administrative team at Service is an efficient, well-oiled machine, as Ms. Zumbro will explain, but these cuts have already stretched us to the breaking point. I told the board in a work session last year that the Service assistant principals and I are like I Love Lucy in the chocolate factory. The foreman keeps ramping up the speed on the machine and we can't keep up. But this situation isn't funny. Our students' futures and safeties are at risk. I gave my word to my Service Cougar families that would do everything in my power to keep their students safe. The district and the board have also said that student safety is their paramount concern. I have personally and repeatedly invited individual board members to come visit Service and experience the realities of a single day educating high school students to inform the decision-making process. My invitations have not yet been accepted. So hear me now, an administrator with 20 years of experience in this district. Hear me now when I tell you publicly and on the record that cutting an assistant principal at Service and any of the other high schools would result in an unacceptable and indefensible risk to student success and safety. Cutting APs doesn't mean that the daily avalanche of students, staffs, parents, and community needs disappear or are handled more efficiently. It means that these needs won't be met at Service and our other largest and most diverse high schools. How can you tell my Cougar families that they deserve one principal for 500 students, but at smaller schools, they deserve one principal for 200 to 300 students? How can you tell my Cougar families that they deserve half the support and supervision from administrators that students at other schools receive? Or suggest that inexperienced interns can replace their assistant principals? It is grossly inequitable to our largest, most diverse student populations, and you are setting my students up for failure or worse. We have all been forcibly reminded this school year about the adult situations and behaviors at our large high schools. We cannot look parents in the eye and pretend these situations don't exist. The current ratio of one principal for 400 high school students is already pushing the boundaries of what is safe and acceptable to meet your goals and the needs of our students. If you think that cutting just 6 to 8 more assistant principals' salaries might somehow make the difference in this projected budget shortfall, hear me now. The voice of the Service families and students I am privileged to serve. A storm is always on the horizon in our large high schools. The few assistant principals we have left at the high school level, only 24 in this massive district, are not dead wood that need to be culled, but the vital canopy that insulate you and the superintendent and protects your board, the policies and goals, the school district, the staff, and most importantly, our students. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. We can have Sean Prince. And Holly, you can begin when you see the clock.
Good evening, President Marset, Dr. Bishop, and members of the school board. My name is Holly Zumbro, and I'm an assistant principal at Service High School. I'm speaking tonight in response to the amendments that would cut an assistant principal at Service and our other large high schools. I would like to tell you about how we divide the administrative tasks in high schools and what I do as a student services assistant principal. We only have 3 assistant principals that left at Service, a school with nearly 1,600 students and 145 staff members. The amendment indicates that we currently have 4 assistant principals. The newly introduced metric of 1 principal to 400 students does not offer a complete representation of our job responsibilities and the division of duties at the high school level. We principals do not each have a certain number of students in our charge, so that I would only attend to the needs of 400 students and their parents. Instead, to maximize efficiency and eliminate redundancy, we divide administrative tasks among principals. In high schools, there are 3 key areas that require administrative support: student services, curriculum, and activities. We have a specialized assistant principal in each of these key areas. We previously had a staff services assistant principal who attended to the needs of the staff as well as the building structure. However, that position was cut. As the student services assistant principal, my primary responsibility is dealing with the discipline for nearly 1,600 students. Please think about that for a moment. I handle the discipline for nearly 1,600 teenagers. The number of discipline infractions does not decrease the more students you have in a school. It increases. Our second assistant principal, the curriculum assistant principal, ensures that all 1,600 students are on track to graduate. That's 1,600 class schedules, 400 classes, and 85 teachers assembled to meet the district's performance and graduation goals. Our activities assistant principal coordinates and manages over 500 activities. Every club, event, sport, coach, athlete, and participant, state association, and involved parent. There are no economies of scale. More students mean more discipline, more curriculum, and more activities needs. We also have 3 to 4 nights of evening coverages a week. We supervise the sporting events, the concerts, the trips, and the dances. Many, including our service activities principal, were not able to be here tonight because they're covering activities at their schools. We also take calls when there's a party over the weekend, a threatening Snapchat post at midnight, or a staff member needs someone to talk to. It is not uncommon for us to work well into the night on our days off and on our weekends. There aren't enough hours in the day for high school principals to pick up any more tasks, let alone another specialized principal's job responsibilities. Another cut to assistant principals would result in decreased, not increased efficiency at the high school level. It would also negatively impact our ability to meet the school board goals and our students' needs. Thank you.
Thank you. And if I could have Allison Sussel. I should put my glasses.
Good evening, Dr. Bishop, school board members. My name is Sean Prince. I'm the principal of Bartlett High School. I'm a husband, a father, an educator, a coach, and a Marine. I've served in the Anchorage School District for 16 years now. 14 have been at Bartlett High School. All of the aforementioned titles have taught me a lot about teamwork. And as a member of my team, tonight my activities principal was here to support and celebrate the success of our girls hockey team and their state championship win. My discipline principal, who is also our staff services principal, is covering a basketball game at West High School. My curriculum principal is with all of our counselors hosting a FAFSA night to support our parents to get financial aid for post-secondary allocation. And I am here away from my children so that I can support all of my assistant principals because their role is critical. As a former history teacher, I thought I would return to Marcus Aurelius' Book of Meditations, where he talks about people who labor all their lives but have no purpose to direct their every thought and impulse towards are wasting their time even when they're hard at work. So as we reflect on our purpose, we must consider how we do more than survive in the maintaining of our mission. We must actually thrive in our purpose to educate all students for a successful life. As a school board, your core values and beliefs are to meet the potential of every student, hold high expectations, and foster a culture throughout the district. Support accountability while being open and transparent. Provide a safe environment that supports and ensures respect for all. Lastly, have an education system that is responsive to our ever-changing world. And after considering all those core values, I must ask how we plan to do this, and I say we, if we eliminate teaching positions and reducing administration positions from the secondary division. This is not just about adjusting a metric. Tonight we have heard from our middle school who fought to have a 5-7 schedule. And there was a question that was asked which addressed why would you choose to have more students on your load if that was just to give you a personal prep time and one collaborating team time. My own personal experience teaching on a freshman academy at Bartlett High School was when we had the luxury of having a freshman academy principal. That was before it was cut from our school. Then we had to make the choice, when I was the building principal, to then get rid of the freshman academy. The reason we started that freshman academy is because the teaming model was to face the very harsh statistic that if a student fails more than one class their freshman year, their chances of actually passing high school on time drops to 33%. Please consider this when you do this. If you reduce another administrator, you're going to make managers. Managers that don't build relationships and don't stand for lifelong learning. Thank you.
Thank you. If I could call Megan Hatswell.
Madam President, board members, and Madam Superintendent. My name is Allison Sussel, and I'm an assistant principal at Chugiak High School, and this is my 4th year serving ASD in this capacity. I am extremely proud to be an assistant principal and of the energy that I give day in and day out to my students, to my staff, parents, and the Eagle River and Chugiak community as a whole. My work is never done. And I work on a continuum of meeting individual, unique student needs with meeting the needs of my entire student body. All of my work is completely aligned to Destination 2020 and ASD's mission to educate all students for success in life. Consider for a moment a few specific district initiatives, including student performance and graduation rates. These are measured by increasing collegiate readiness test scores, increasing enrollment in honors and AP courses, as well as CT and E credits earned. In order to increase these measures, I eliminate hurdles and roadblocks that stand in the way for our students. These efforts take many different forms, from providing and hosting ACT-SAT practice tests to connecting families with resources, test-taking supports, mental health needs, along with the massive task of building a master schedule for our school, which increases the access to these programs and academic rigorous coursework, including the honors and AP courses. All of my efforts are student-focused and student-driven to meet their needs academically, personally, and socially. My students depend on me and they trust me to set a strong foundation from which they will build upon their post-secondary decisions and plans. This foundation is built brick by brick in classrooms with effective teachers, empowered by a strong team of instructional leaders, and that's your building administrators. From ensuring students take the correct credits aligning to our graduation requirements, making those courses available at all instructional levels to meet our MTSS needs, while creating opportunities for credit recovery with our counseling department. We find ways to support the goals and the dreams of all of our students, whether that be CT&E driven, college bound, or students who are ready to enter the workforce. Preparing 100% of my students to walk across the graduation stage with their heads held high, knowing that they are ready to take the next step, is my ultimate goal. The buzzer didn't go off, but just in closure, I am extremely proud to be an assistant principal, and I would invite anyone to join me any day of the week to see the work being done firsthand. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Jay Doris.
Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Bishop, thank you for hearing all of our testimonies this evening. To start, I myself have a long history with the Anchorage School District. I am a student of the Anchorage School District, a graduate from the Anchorage School District, a teacher, an assistant principal, and now I currently serve as the head principal at Chugiak High School. I have the utmost respect for you as educators, for the educators behind me, and for what we do to support education in Anchorage. I'm a firm believer that every student deserves the best teacher in every classroom. This is ultimately what led me out of the classroom and into administration. I realized that I could make a much larger impact on students by ensuring that we have the highest level educators in our schools. This is my personal philosophy, and I built my administrative team to support this as well. Currently, Chugiak High School is one of the smaller high schools in the Anchorage area. We serve roughly 880 full-time students, 67 part-time students, and we're home to 64 duly enrolled students from the Alaska Middle College. To allow our teachers to focus on teaching and student engagement, my team works diligently to provide a strategic direction for our school. We're instructional leaders who develop and monitor curriculum. We assess teaching methods, monitor student engagement and achievement. We administer the various state and district mandated testing programs, support district initiatives, build a culture focused on student success and learning. We plan schedules and academic offerings with limited staff, limited budget, and consistently strive to provide the high quality education we've come to know at ASD. To allow our students and staff to be focused on learning, it's the job of the administration to insist and provide a safe and secure learning environment. We are managers of school discipline who address classroom disruptions, student misbehavior, student conflicts, questionable student choices. We do this by building one-on-one connections with our students to promote healthy and safe alternatives while focusing on helping students make positive life choices. We act as counselors, teachers, disciplinarians, sometimes parental figures. We offer guidance and options for our students to make better life choices as they graduate from the Anchorage School District. We all know that student involvement is essential. Principals encourage students to participate in clubs, athletics, activities to offer the best high school experience possible. We work with groups from student governments, fine arts, esports. We monitor athletic eligibility. We hire and maintain coaching staff. We coordinate sports for the Anchorage School District. We manage paperwork, finances, according with ASD and the Alaska School Activity Association policies, all to allow our students the ability to find their places on our campus. We encourage parent and community involvement. We revise policies and procedures, administer the budget, hire and evaluate staff, oversee our facilities. We attend and provide professional development opportunities, encourage enhanced student attendance, serve on committees, act as board members on behalf of the Anchorage School District. We spend nights and weekends away from our families at school plays, sporting events, and dances, supporting the students of the Anchorage School District. We serve in times of crisis management through student death, suicide, budget cuts. I'm thankful to work with this team that we have, and I'm willing to share the duties that we have for what's best for our students, but please come see what we do every day before making a decision to cut.
Thank you.
Dr. Bishop, Madam President, School Board, my name is Jay Doris. I'm an activities principal at West High School. I have a unique perspective in that I've worked at two of the largest high schools in our district. I did discipline for 7 or 8 years at East High School, and since moving over for 1.5 years at West High School doing activities. I thought East High School was busy doing discipline, as I'm sure you can imagine, but the workload and the things that I have to do at West are all of that and then some. I go home, it goes home with me every day, it goes home with me every weekend, whether I'm texting coaches, finding a missing bus out at Kincaid where the kids are freezing, hiring, firing coaches. The things that we do is colleagues have well said, but it's a lot. If you take away a principal, I can't imagine how we carry on with the quality that we do. Things will fall through the crack. It may be student safety. It may be academic progress. Some of the colleagues have said that you should come by and visit them for a day. I would encourage all of you to come by and see what we do. For me, you would have to come home. I would feed you dinner. And then when I got to bed, then you could leave, because that's the kind of day it is. Before you cut, please, I encourage you to go out and visit the schools and see what it's like to walk in their shoes. Thank you.
Thank you. Is David Neese still here? No. Okay. I know that I do. Sorry. The last person I have signed up to testify on 114 is Nancy.
That would be me, Nancy.
Okay, thank you, Nancy.
No, David left. And actually, I used to teach with him, so I know him quite well. And why I'm here, I was here for the mid-level, but I'm here on behalf of the principals because I have worked with Frank and I've worked with Brendan and the principals on the other mid-level team. And I'm here because it concerns me, because what happens at high school might trickle down to middle school. And if you cut an assistant principal, it just adds more on the plate to the other principals. And at middle school, we used to have 2. We now have 1 assistant principal. And the behaviors have escalated this year. And another concern I have, one of the biggest ones, is the teacher evaluations, because on Friday I actually got an email from somebody regarding people who were put on a plan of improvement. And I believe that if you put more work on a high school principal or a middle school principal, I believe it affects the way they evaluate teachers. And in order for a teacher to be evaluated fairly, an assistant principal at high school or middle school does not need that added stress. So I'm here to advocate for the principals, and in all honesty, it's very important to have a good leader. It's important to have someone who you can talk to, and I will be very honest, I've been in ASD for 20 years, and I've worked with good ones, and I've worked with not so good ones. And it's time to look at the training, the stress they're under, and the professional. They say they want to be professional and help teachers with curriculum assessment, and taking that one person away or a half of an FTE away for principals would have a huge impact on safety, on staff morale, on professionalism, and the like. And I'm done for the night. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to testify on Memorandum 114? Okay, if there's no other testimony, I'm going to open up to board comments, and we might want to do this. I know that Mr. Donnelly and Mr. Foster, I believe, are the only one that have amendments tonight. And maybe we'll just start with yours, Mr. Donnelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move amendment number 1. Oh, do we have an original motion to adopt the budget before us? I thought we did.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah,
It's on the
Dina
floor.
made it, yeah.
Okay, I'll get the amendment up. Hold on just a moment.
It was a while ago.
So just gonna read the motion. I moved to amend line. Yeah. Do we have a second to the amendment? Should we?
Do we have do you want to go ahead and state your amendment again, please, Mr. Donnelly?
I move amendment number 1.
Is there a second?
Yes, there should be.
Yeah, it's labeled number 1.
I'll second.
It has to be read into doesn't it have to, it has to be read into the record, doesn't it?
Yeah, you have to read the amendment.
Oh, I'm happy. I hope, I was under understanding it had been distributed to all the members. I
Right, it
provided
has to
it.
be, yeah, just read into the record so
Okay.
then it matches what we posted.
On pages 66 to 67, line 1001, Anchorage School Board, line 490, other expenses, delete the increase in funding for 2020 by $3,000. So that I would move to amend line 490, other expenses in the FY 19-20 preliminary budget by deleting an increase of $3,000 in funding for 2020 for school board operations.
Second, Mr. Foster? Okay.
Second.
Okay, would you like to speak on your amendment, please?
My understanding is this was included in the budget because the board had overspent in previous years, and this would just have increased the funding for the school board up to the amount that was expended in previous years. I think it would be better if we just lived within the amount that we were budgeted.
And can I ask a question of Mr. Anderson? Because I asked you the same question when I looked at the budget for the board, and you explained it a little differently to me.
Well, there's certainly a difference between overspending and under budgeting, although it has the same impact at the end.
Okay.
The last 3 straight years, the board has actually spent what we budgeted this year. And so really, like many areas, when someone turns in their budget every year, and that's, 90 plus principals and all the directors, usually the starting point is to keep it exactly like the year prior. Well, that did occur for the last 2 or 3 years, but this year we decided to go ahead and budget to what we believe the actual expenses would be.
Does that include salary? Because don't we have a salaried employee that comes
That's
underneath
a
us?
separate accounting line.
Okay.
This is for memberships and things like that, other fees.
Okay. Board members have any other questions? Okay. Student vote, please.
Yes.
Oh, can you read the amendment?
Okay. I'll just abstain from this one.
Yeah, it shows it right over
I'll just abstain from this one.
Okay. Board members, please vote.
It hasn't come through. Do you want to do?
And that motion passes with 4 yeas, 3 nays.
Madam Chair, I move amendment number 2A with revision of the total reduction. It would be, instead of 780,000, it'd be 650,000. And so the actual motion would be, I move to amend the FY 1920 preliminary budget by reducing 1 assistant principal from 5 schools with more than 3 assistant principals for a total of $650,000. These funds would be used to reduce the use of the fund balance.
I'll second for discussion.
Speak to your motion.
Thank you. We, in this budget, over the past several budget cycles, the board has authorized $4 million to be used from the fund balance, in other words, our savings account, to balance the budgets that we've been passing. This year, this budget proposes to use about $4,800,000, which I believe is more than is sustainable over a period of time to utilize from the fund balance. I'm attempting to try to get that additional draw from the fund balance down to last year's total of about $4 million, because I believe that is a much more sustainable level. If we fail to keep it down to that level, we're going to be digging a hole. We're going to be digging ourselves deeper and deeper into a debt hole with the reductions in the fund balance, and I just don't think that's wise budgeting. I think we should do everything we can to keep the draw on the existing fund balance down to $4 million. And this is one area that I've heard tremendous support among the public for reducing. And so that's why I'm putting it forward towards the goal of reducing the fund balance.
Dr. Bishop, can you talk about the fund balance and the draw down and how we're putting that back in?
Sure. I'll also request Jim to comment, but we did know ever since the first time that we provided, since I've been here, I mean, obviously, increases, we did get an increase from last year to this year if we actually get to experience it, but other than that, it's been pretty flat the first year and second year. In fact, actually the first year there was a reduction from the Walker budget, and then it remained flat, and then for FY19, which is the present year, it grew. But just the experience, just so you know, is from the very first time that we created the budget, we requested from the board to use fund balance to not impact FTE. And really that was for teachers, for supports in classrooms, things like that. So we created, if you will, knowingly, we created fund balance. And the manner in which we did this, which we put in place when the governor just recently suggested not supporting the bill last year that increased by 20 million, which ASD experienced over 5 million, statewide. We, in order to adjust for that, as well as these previous beliefs, we held hiring for all positions that were non-classroom. So if it was a classroom or if it directly was relating to teaching a student, we didn't hold a hiring on that, but we did a 2-week hiring freeze, if you will, and went through the process slower, much to the chagrin of the people in the schools that needed the support. However, we created, just so the board knows, we recreated fund balance knowing each year that we would like to put that through our teachers. So we would put in the budget, the last 2 years, you would see teachers actually they were teachers the last 2 years for $4 million. So essentially, we are using it. There is an increase ask because we have trend now that we're pretty accurate in being able to, number one, identify fund balance. We've provided the board those updates. That was an ask at the very start 3 years ago. The fund balance is almost monthly looked into according to our hiring and other monies that come to the district that were not budgeted. This year we did use quite a bit of those for negotiations and settlements, knowing that, but I mean, Jim can tell you what the fund balance is. We are over the 10%, so there's fund balance there, but we actually put action in to create additional fund balance. And so I don't know if that answers your question, or is that what you're looking for, but Jim can give the number.
I certainly can. Right now, we currently project the fund balance at the end of the year hasn't changed in about 3 weeks since we last briefed it, I think it was, at 10.2%. So it's certainly above 10%. But one point of clarity is that only 2 of the high schools have more than 3 assistant principals. When you look at the budget book and it says number of principals, you'll see that Bartlett, Diamond, Service, and South all have 4, but one of those is the principal and the other 3 are assistant principals. So when you look at the specific wording of the amendment, it would not be 6. There's only 2 schools, West and East, that have more than 3.
Any other board? Mr. Holloman?
So this is a time of year in the process that is always kind of magical. If this all made sense and was constructed logically, we would get an amount of money, or we would have an amount of money that we could kind of look to for the coming year and create a budget based on some fairly real numbers. And there is always what we hope to get, and there's always usually a lower number that's kind of working its way through the legislature. In this particular year, it's really unlike any other in that there's a budget that's been proposed that really blows the district apart. That the implementation of what's been proposed in the legislature, if it is put into effect, would change the face of the district so dramatically that we're sort of ignoring that it's a possibility. And I think that's reasonable, and I don't think the legislature will pass that budget. I think it will be something better, but in the meantime, we don't really have reasonable numbers to look at in terms of white lines to try to stay within, because often that's the goal, is to try to stay close enough that things are going to match. We are going to be faced with talking to the public and the legislators about what we need to do our job. And I do think that despite a lot of people in the public's reaction that we've got all these administrators that don't really have all that much to do, it's not the reality. I wish everyone could follow them. having worked in a school building, I have. And I'll say that on a good day, when you walk through the office, you have to ever see a whole lot of people sitting around watching YouTube videos. They're pretty busy with those 3 areas that were mapped out about curriculum, about activities, about security or student discipline. But then there are other days where you're on your way through the office as a staff member and you look around, you notice that there's a student in every single office. And the administrative assistant for the building is talking to a student. And every counselor has a student. And there's 5 or 6 students sitting on the bench that's part of every school office somewhere where you queue up people when you don't have enough people to even talk to them yet. And if you, as a staff member, had any kind of concern where you needed to talk to somebody that day, you just keep walking. And maybe you get a cup of coffee and go on back, because it just isn't going to happen for a while, because there are days where things blow up, figuratively, and everybody is engaged with something that's not actually directly in their job description for hours. I don't think we can go below that. I think we've already gone below it, but I don't think we can go below it any further and tell the public or tell the legislature that we're actually doing our jobs correctly. I think we're down to critical numbers, and I think on bad days, we're below critical numbers, and on good days, we're okay. I think in that sense, we function at too high a level of efficiency because we don't have the reserves in each building to deal with the really bad days in a way that parents would want us to, if they could be there and watch. Because of confidentiality, it's not legal to put a little personal action camera on them and follow them through the day like we could with a sea turtle. But I think if you could, you would be highly informed about the wide range of things that they do and how frequently they take something up, deal with it, sew it up, move on to the next thing, and there's just a big stack in the queue, and that's what they work on all day long. And when that's done, then they actually get to do their assigned duties that people in this building think they do every day, that, you know, is the things that are in there. So given the fact that we are basically going to have to go argue for our lives anyway, I want to argue for those lives too. I think they're a critical part of it. I think if we begin cutting things like that, we start a dive for the bottom, and I think the bottom's going to get deeper. I think we can justify what we're spending right now on a whole bunch of days, and I think we can justify it on every day, and I think on a lot of days we could justify more if people actually got to see them. So I will be voting against the amendment.
Ms. Mitchell?
I have spent a fair amount of time in probably 3 secondary schools, one a lot of time over the past few years, and it is incredible to me what our principals do. They know the names of their teachers. At West, there are 1,800 students, and they know the names of each of their teachers. They know which students are having a bad day. They are dealing with discipline issues. They're dealing with things that are more serious than that. They're dealing with life-threatening issues in addition to their work. And if you look at the private sector, I don't know, I think the staff at West is maybe 140, 160. I don't know, Jim, if you have any idea what the staff at West is, but it's a lot.
It's in your budget book. Yeah.
If I knew what page, I could flip to it right here. It is a lot. And if you look in the private sector, which many of us work in or have worked in, you don't see a ratio of a supervisor. Pardon me?
The mean is
1 to 7, right. So we're asking our principals to be responsible for evaluating their students. We're asking our principals to know evaluating their teachers. We're asking them to build these relationships with students because we know that is really, in the end, what matters most to our students' success in life. We're asking them to be able to reach out to parents, and I am amazed that they can maintain their demeanor and that they managed to get any sleep. I was at the West Dance last Friday with Mr. with Jay and the other principals. I mean, I look at the amount of time that they spend at the games, at the dances, at the spelling bees, at the concerts, at the, these people don't have a private life. And to think about, I will absolutely be voting against this. And thank you to all that our principals do and everybody else in our district.
Ms. Snelling?
I think the first thing I want to say is I respect the work that, the two members that are putting forth the most of these recommendations and all the work that you have put into it and the thought and the research behind it. If it were any other fiscal climate, if, last week hadn't happened the way that it did, I think that I would be looking at them in a whole different lens. But right now, I have every confidence that we are going to be back in 2 months, looking at this in a very, very different way. And so I respect everything that's been done, but there's probably very few that I'm actually going to vote for in the course of these as they come out, because I do want to try and, preserve what we have based on, what we need. And even one or two of the amendments calls for asking for more. And so, trying to find that balance in there through, my own lens of my children and, having visited other schools during the year, this is one I can easily feel comfortable not supporting. But I do know we're going to be back to this budget in 2 months and having to make some even harder decisions than just these, 15 or so amendments that are about to come up. And so I urge, the members to keep them, close, because it'll be probably these plus a whole lot more. But right now I can't support them, but I do thank you for the work that you've put in for it.
Excuse me. I agree. I can't support this amendment either, and I know Mr. Doris left, but I can say I've spent plenty of time of his office either being in the queue or, not me personally, but with my son. Yeah. That was before I was a school board member. I can't say enough too. It was really devastating to me that we had to cut them as we did a couple of years ago, because I with everything we have to do, it's tough decisions, but I don't know how that group of individuals could function with less than what they have now. And I do commend them for everything they do, because I know it's just as several of you said, it's not just what's happening in the schools, but you're getting the phone calls after hours. It could be in the middle of the night. I mean, who knows? It's your phone's always on. I know that. So I appreciate that. And I think our students appreciate that, and staff and community members, but I'll be voting no on this also. Is there any other board comments? Mr. Foster.
I want to commend Dave for looking at this area. I concur that there is room for improved efficiency across the school building administration function, and I think we should continue to look at that. I think the particular amendment may be larger than is warranted in any given year for the adjustment, but I think something on the order of half of it would be something I would support if anyone wanted to move forward in that direction. I don't detect votes for that, but that would be something that I would support, because I do think it's incumbent on us to imagine a scenario where we are looking at a veto override of a significant cut. And in order to get to 45 votes, you're going to need folks who've looked at what you've done in your budget process and give them confidence that you took a hard look at all of the budget and what's providing you with good value. And if you don't, I wish you well at trying to get to 45. It's going to be tough. So that's why many of the amendments I've offered are there. It's basically a sort of a demonstration that we are doing the hard work of looking for value, and it's largely motivated by counting to 45. Thank you.
Just to wrap up?
Yep.
Oh, thank you. I just wanted to make sure everybody had spoken. It's nothing personal. I mean, these people are doing a great job. I'm not questioning that at all. I'm just looking at the reality that I think we're too deep into our fund balance here with this particular budget. I think we've been pushing it over the last couple of years with withdrawing $4 million. I realize we're at 10.2%, but I don't think that justifies taking $4,800,000 out of the balance. And I'm very concerned about that. And this is one of the areas where the public has repeatedly told me they wanted to see us attempt to make reductions. None of the reductions I'm proposing are in the classroom, and none of them propose adding any money anywhere. There's things that I'd really like to do. I mean, on the area of assistant principals, we've got some schools that have got over 800 kids and don't have an assistant principal. I mean, over 600 and don't have an assistant principal. We've got some that are over 500 don't have an assistant principal. So the principals are doing everything there. And so it's very difficult, very challenging. And so I totally recognize that, and I completely recognize respect the positions of the other members of the board.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Donnelly. If we're ready to vote, have student vote, please.
No.
Members, please vote.
Do you want to correct is there a corrected language that should?
Point of order, they might want to correct the language.
Yeah, it would be $390,000 in reductions.
Does the number of principals change to?
It'd be that would equal 390,000.
Okay.
I believe it was two schools, west and east, have over that amount.
So from two schools?
Right.
Well. No? Do you want to take
I don't know, Mr. Donnelly?
I think there is some equity question here that the reductions be spread out. And so I think I'd like to remain it as a reduction of 3 assistant principals with the discretion to be left to the superintendent of where to locate those reductions. If the board would give me that leeway, I don't think there's the support for this to pass anyway, but.
No objection from the second.
Yeah.
Okay. So I move to amend the corner regular reducing, are you still going to keep the language 1 assistant principal from?
No, it's a reduction of 3 assistant principals at the high schools for a total of $390,000.
3 assistant principals.
If that's acceptable. I will say that I did submit this amendment and didn't get that feedback. Submitted it over a week and a half ago and didn't get that feedback. So happy to modify it now based on the feedback that occurred tonight.
I'd ask we accept that amendment by consensus.
The total is still 390?
The amendment to the amendment.
You'd accept it by consensus?
That we accept it by consensus because we voted on something that's different from what was on the screen was different from what Member Donnelly just said.
The amendment to the amendment.
So you want to vote for the amendment to the amendment, not vote, but just say,
Just say we accept the change in language.
oh,
And then
okay,
vote.
change in language,
And
yes.
then vote on his
Yeah,
amendment.
okay, yeah, I got it now, thank you.
And I'm sorry, Dave, you want to leave the discretion up to the administration? Where was it?
Where it'd be located is this.
And after we take a vote on this one, we're going to take a little break, maybe about 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Okay, so I believe we're going to have to re-vote for me to get the new language up.
So,
That's good.
Okay. So I'll have to re-vote.
okay. So just get rid of this.
voting not come back through?
I got it. Did you guys get it? Okay. No.
Mine still shows that I voted.
X out of that one, and the other one will come up.
So change vote? Do we click on change vote, or what do we do?
Yeah, change vote, and it shows the new language.
And now it's gone.
Oh, okay. Try that. We have voted back. Thank you.
Andy, do you want to give a just thumbs up or down? Okay. And that motion does not move forward with 1 yea and 6 nays. And at this time, we're going to take a quick 5-minute break, and we'll be back at ease.
Oh, the sea turtle cans, I love it.
We've already got them at the school. They're called Kids Fun.
I bet we could get
Oh, easily. And a kid thinks that's the right program to do that. See me, I can get out of here. And I'm paying them.
Why is it just hard for these screens don't work?
Mike's working on the screens.
Yeah, there's a problem that we've got part of.
You guys do so much magic.
All right, Ms. Mitchell, you gonna vote for middle school? You figured it out?
Hopefully it'll last.
I think the way that you want to get introduced to me for the middle school and get it funded at the current TR that would require 3.3 million. And if you don't do it tonight, when would you do it? Now, I asked the superintendent that question, which of course is why I haven't heard if I do it. I didn't do it tonight, when would I really get the next shot to pick a 3.3 if I wanted to hold it 27?
No, I mean, it's your budget time right now.
Yeah, this is it.
And that's your recommendation.
Read it, reread it, reread it. Read the language in the written memo.
That's great. I took in consideration the budget.
They gave you both options. The way the language is written, as long as you get both options, you get the board make the call. That is not a recommendation for one or the other. That is neutral. It's my rating. Do you believe it to be neutral?
Whatever you say, Mark. What do you say? I know, I agree with all the conversations they had. They were understanding that they were fearful of taking from someone else.
Let me read this here, right? To fund the 5% with the current cost value. Right. An additional funding option the committee would recommend for consideration. Not for adoption, for consideration is raising it to 31, and that way we can get to 2 million. So you've got two options in writing in front of you.
So, we're gonna go through your amendments next, I think.
We could do this.
We could do it that way. That might make more sense to go over the word more fresh.
I'm just saying.
Okay. Well, why don't I talk to Star then?
Thank you.
Do I have to? We can do it in
It's up to you.
Yeah.
You guys get the call. And then the interesting thing will be is if you don't get 4 votes.
Is that gonna wrap this up by midnight?
No. I don't think so.
Because then I think it makes it hard to sustain the notion that it's
You can't go past midnight. I don't think we can go past midnight. It's kind of soft.
I'm counting to 45 and I'm talking to Joshua or anyone who's in the bubble space, which I think of as sort of ours, we're going to be pulled in 2 directions. And if you have a vote that goes, the middle school, we were willing to let that go to 27 to 30. How important is class size? It can't be that important.
was truly only class size and not middle school,
Right.
we would never
And-
have a second step like it is.
and so
it
here's the
really isn't
thing.
about, so I challenge what you say,
Right, right,
and
but-
you better add in those other
but if I'm-
ands,
but if I'm-
ands.
but if
So
I'm-
say
if
that's
I'm-
not just about class size.
Right.
It's about levels.
Right, but please try and sell that. Please try and sell that to a parent or somebody that's not inside the bubble of education.
But we can't change, like, I mean, I get it, but you truly are only saying, you're not saying class sizes, you're saying the organization, how they feed, the group thought they could best move kids, right? It's both of those things, it's not just class size. Right. Because if it was just class size, it would be done a whole different way, because right now, the class size is about 20. Because of all the national. Now, if you go around, it's really good, but they understand.
Because
The organization is really important.
So why did she say then, Abby was saying that the class size won't change? But that is true, right? If you're not, the class size changes, it's the load that doesn't change, because now you're dividing, you've only got 5 classes instead of 6, but you've got to have more kids per class because you're not teaching. So that,
Yeah,
the
and
class
that
load
would
isn't
be,
changing.
like, if we did the PTR, we would really have it, but right now, I mean, really, it's.
So the PTR is 24 to 27, the class size is only 20.
Right, but I mean, if you wanna go back to your original commitment, what did you do?
Oh,
I wasn't gonna ask you that, so you voted for the one that did, because you did the class size, but if now you're doing class size, I mean, there's so many arguments, like, if you wanted to, how was the argument?
Well, so I do think that
It's not, that's why you couldn't say just class size, because it's not, that's my point. You would have to then say, well, it's because we want to work that way, that's what you need to do. Right, that's my concern. It's class size and it's.
Right. But they're basically saying that it's not.
Wiped out the whole First Amendment.
They said
Go
I
back
would,
into
they
it.
found a way to do that. 'Cause I would
If I
say
start trying to fix it now, I'll be lost forever. Tomorrow I can cut everything.
This is important to us.
No, I mean,
we were willing.
you guys recorded it, it was captured on video. I just need to go back in and recreate that first one. I can do it tomorrow easily.
If they actually had higher class sizes,
But they are getting.
no, what you did was like, say you had money's worth out of and they said we'd go to 32. Or say they didn't get the additional, so it's less than 30 for every 6 periods or 7 periods you'd have another staff.
But 30 to 1 is what they put in there.
Right, but the metric, very well works out, just like elementary.
I do too.
This girl's this week teachers for high school.
No, honestly, you really would.
Have 5 out of 6.
If we can call all board members back, please.
Number of kids, and then you say, okay, 30 to 1, right? But then you say, but all of these teachers, so then I give this minor for that. And then I say, oh, all of those teachers account for this much prep time, I need to do this much.
Okay.
Right. See, it's a time.
Oh,
And then we get CTE.
so the 30 to 1 is based on assuming they're actually teaching all 6 classes?
No,
Then you're adding more teachers to give more time. So it is assuming they're teaching
She needs to
6
leave at
classes.
10, should she stay for 10 minutes? I would just go. You did great, you're really earning your credit. You don't get your credit.
I'll try to talk.
We all owe you a nice recommendation letter. That's right.
So I signed up for
Cash it in on that.
Okay, I do want to call all board members back, and if you can finish your discussions, please, and if we can move forward. Mr. Donnelly, with your next amendment.
I have a feeling I need Mr. Foster's attention.
Yeah.
He's right there.
Guys, we need to call this back, please, if you could have this discussion a little later.
I would move amendment number 3A, which is, I move to amend the FY 1920 preliminary budget by reducing administrative costs in state functions 510 and 550 by 5% for a total $725,000. I should say approximately $725,000. these funds would be used to reduce the use of the fund balance.
Second.
And to go ahead and speak to the
Yes,
Yes.
if members will listen, please.
These two state functions, numerical accounts, are where funding resides to support the school board, the superintendent's office, the department chiefs, payroll, finance, and human resources departments. None of this money would impact the classroom, would come out of the classroom. It would, these are categories that are established by the State Department of Education, and that they count as administrative costs. So I think that of all the types of reductions that we might be able to successfully make, putting a goal like this on our administrative functions to reduce the cost of them would be the least painful to our classrooms and to our students. So that's what I'm attempting to do here.
Is there any board discussion? Mr. Foster?
I concur with the area of consideration. I disagree with the depth of the cut. I suggest a 1% rather than a 5%, but appreciate the direction.
Are board members ready to vote, or is there further discussion?
Does he accept it as a friendly amendment?
Do you accept that as a friendly amendment, or you want to leave yours as is?
We just vote this, and then we'll go on, and I'll do it on the next one.
Okay.
I just wanted to expedite it.
And that motion does not pass with 1 yea and 6 nay.
Am I recognized?
I'm sorry, what?
Am I recognized?
Yes.
Oh, Madam Chair, I'd move amendment number 3B, and I would read it. I move to amend the FY 19-20 preliminary budget by reducing administrative costs in state functions 510 and 550 by 1%, for a total of $145,000 in approximately $145,000 in reductions, and these funds would be used to reduce the use of the fund balance. So I know the document before the members says 2%, but I'm attempting to gain votes here, and by proposing a 1% reduction.
I'm sorry, Dave, can you give me that amount again?
Yes, it'd be 1% instead of 2%.
Yeah.
For a total of $145,000, approximately $145,000 in reductions to the administrative functions.
Okay, just a second.
Second.
Do you want to speak to this, Dave, or you think you already have?
No, it's okay. I spoke.
Okay.
It's the same as the previous amendment, just a much smaller amount.
Well, I have to say something, sorry, guys. When I look at this reduction, I also look at some of the reasons why we increased the salaries, and some of that was so that we could promote folks from being promoted, because some principals were making more money than our administrative individuals were, and so we were trying to incite or an incentive for people to apply for our administration positions that might not necessarily do that. Also, I kind of believe it's one of those things where, when we ask the legislature for money and they don't give it to us and we say a promise is a promise, I kind of look at that as this also a promise is a promise. And I realize we're trying to cut the budget, but I am not ready to cut the budget on salaries. So if there's no other comments, Mr. Donnelly?
Just to clarify, this doesn't require a reduction in any particular salary. This provides total flexibility to the administration on how to spread or to utilize these two funds to reach the $145,000 goal. There was a proposal that we discussed in committee, but that isn't this proposal. So this one is towards things like the payroll office, the finance office, the human resources office, the actual school board functions here, and cost of this, and what we do, and the superintendent's office. But there's no mandatory reduction in any individual salary required by this amendment.
Okay. All right, is there any other board discussion? Okay, board, please vote. And that motion fails with 5 nays and 2 yeas.
Madam Chair, I move amendment number 4A. I move to amend the FY 1920 preliminary budget by deleting funding for membership for the Anchorage School Board, or the Anchorage School District, in the Alaska Association of School Boards, for a total reduction of $27,087.
Second.
If I may speak to
Yes, sir.
I don't think it's in the best interest of our district, our taxpayers, and our students for our district to be a member of the Alaska Association of School Boards. This district has not always been a member. In fact, when I was co-chair of Senate Finance in the state Senate, the superintendent of the school district, the Anchorage School District, withdrew the Anchorage School District from membership because he felt they weren't adequately considering factors that affected our taxpayers and our students. And I think that's happened again. I'm just very disappointed in the Association of School Boards, Alaska Association of School Boards, in that they do not seem to recognize, first of all, the inequity of the representation of Anchorage students in the process, and second, the fairness of interests from a statewide perception. They continue to push very controversial items that are in direct conflict with the interests of the people of Anchorage and the citizens of Anchorage and our students. The students of the smallest school district that's a member of the Alaska Association of School Boards, their students have 740 times the voting power of each of our students. 740. The next largest district that has 4 votes, in other words, the most comparable district to Anchorage, they have over 2 times the voting power per student of Anchorage students. The ratio, extends, if you go down to the next level, to about 3 times the voting power. It's just way out of whack. It's just not fair. There's no way anybody can argue that this is fair. And I think we have to send a clear message to them that if they want us to be paying such a huge amount of the percentage of dues that goes into the organization, our kids should be treated fairly. We should have a greater representational power in this organization. And they should really consider some of the extreme positions they've taken in their resolutions. Thank you.
Any other board comments, Mr. Holloman?
I do agree with some of the things that Member Donnelly has said. And any time we have representation from all around the state, it becomes inherently unbalanced. There are so many small districts compared to the number of larger districts. But I don't think representation is totally at the heart of what the association is there to do. I don't think it is there to speak for all of us, and I don't think we should look at it as that way. There are problems, and I do agree that we're unable to manipulate the organization. I do agree that we're not able to get as fair a hearing as we would like. this particular moment in time to pull out, I think would be unfortunate. I think we need coordination between all the districts across the state to face what's in front of us at the moment. And I wouldn't want to stop the communication and the interaction with all the other districts right at this particular moment. So I would vote against this one as well. It might be worth our members on the board talking to the members of other large districts to see if they feel similarly. But I would rather see us think about and plan a withdrawal from the organization over the course of a year rather than one evening on a budget amendment.
Is there any other discussion? Ms. Mitchell.
I understand some of your issues. I believe that we actually don't pay a lot more than the other districts, and I can get that information for you. I don't know offhand exactly how our fees relate to other districts, but it certainly is not, you know, we're twice as big as the next closest district, or 2.5 times as big, and we certainly do not pay 2.5 times the dues that they pay. I personally have gotten great benefit from my involvement with AASB. The training that they do is wonderful. The facilitation that the services that they provide to us. We had one of their people come and facilitate our mid-year retreat. They have online training that we can do from the comfort of our home. They have in-person training. I thought that they did a very, very good job with the fly-in. I just get a lot of personal benefit from this. It's helped me a lot, and I also believe that they do a nice job of keeping an eye on what's going on in Juneau, and obviously we also have our lobbyist who we retain, who also can funnel us information, but I think it's good to get different perspectives. And we are, you know, we hear this over and over again, we're the largest village in Alaska, so I think having those connections to the rural school districts where our students are going back and forth is extremely helpful. So this says 0.004%, percentages of dues from general fund revenue. Okay, this doesn't really say what we pay relative to the other districts. It's just 0.004% of our general revenue. So anyway, I will be voting against this for those reasons.
Mr. Foster.
I'll be voting in favor of it. I think it's actually timely for us to withdraw and make a point of equity issues across the state, and then encourage their consideration of joining back together after they've given due consideration to the issues that have been festering for many years since the passage of the last formula, geographic differential. The cost of housing in Anchorage has risen dramatically since then compared to other districts across the state. And if you penetrate the class size around the state of Alaska, you'll find we are on the bleeding edge of large classes. That is a fundamental equity problem that we're not going to solve by playing extremely nice with the group. I think we've got to begin that negotiation, and I think withdrawing is one way to start that negotiation.
Okay, if there's no other discussion.
Just to wrap up.
I'm sorry, yes.
The Alaska Association of School Board advocates multiple positions that are against the interest of Anchorage students and taxpayers. They oppose the formation of local government. That's something that was fundamental at the time of statehood. It was never, the delegates to the state constitutional convention never anticipated that areas of Alaska would just refuse to organize themselves into any form of local payment, of local government, and also refuse to pay a single penny towards the cost of their local education. I think every local government in Alaska ought to have some contribution to the cost of educating their kids, their students, and that would just improve education and all over Alaska if that was the case. Anchorage does the maximum allowed by state law, and I'm proud of that. And I think everybody ought to pay something, but there's a lot of folks that aren't paying anything. Second, they oppose any increase in the minimum number of students to have a state-funded school. It's at 10, and I think that public policy should be open to consider what's an appropriate number of students. Maybe it's not an arbitrary number. Maybe it's a sliding scale based on the condition of individual situations. But to just have a blanket opposition to any minimum number is rather illogical. And I think that's a very difficult position to defend, and we as members of this institution get sucked up into that position. They've refused to support our efforts to get a new district cost study completed. We attempted in a very fair way to get this association to support that effort. I think, every indication is that Anchorage is not being treated fairly in the formula, and one of the main reasons for that is the failure to update the district cost differential. Even when we went to this organization saying we have the money to pay for this, but we need your support, and we wanted to create a committee that was dominated by other members, not just Anchorage, but where the majority of folks were clearly from other parts of the state. They still refused to do it. They refused to hardly even talk about it. And that just seems irrational, because as one of the people that helped design the formula, which actually held up good while we had periodic increases or revisions of the district cost differential, it was never anticipated that we'd go for 15 years without some adjustment based on the actual costs out there. And clearly the most recent ICER study indicated that they're seriously flawed and discriminates unfairly and objectively against our students. The kids in Anchorage, our students, aren't being fairly treated under the formula now because they've refused to update the cost differential. That's something that mea culpa, I should have thought of it 20 years ago. I should have put it right in statute that it would be an automatic thing every 10 years, but in retrospect, if I could go back in time, I would do that. But we just never thought that people would actually oppose doing that. But that's just logic. And finally, this organization also opposes parental consent for surveys of personal information of students. And I am very concerned about that they represent that as a statewide position. And I really believe in parental rights and the rights of parents to have a say in what personal information is being surveyed by their school districts. That's our position as a board. I support that position, but that's not the position of the Alaska Association of School Boards. So I find that very concerning. I think we're going to find that our interests as an Anchorage school board and as an Anchorage school district are going to differ greatly from the interests of the majority of the members of the Alaska Association of School Boards, and we shouldn't be locked in. It is my understanding that the Mat-Su School District, one of the next largest school districts in the state, has also withdrawn from the Alaska Association of School Boards. Now, I can't speak for them why they did it, but I think I can strongly guess that they had a lot of the same concerns that I'm articulating here today. Thank you.
Ms. Snelling.
Member Donnelly, I agree. And Member Holloman, I also agree. I think right now we need the state advocacy that can come out of AASB over the next 90 to 120 days. By the time we find out what the depth and the breadth of the cuts that we're going to be faced with come up, I would also, break my heart, but also to put out, the Council of Great City Schools membership as well. Even they do amazing federal advocacy, for dollars that come to Alaska. But right now, I don't know that this is the time, but I can very easily see it, not far down the road. But I think we need to really focus on what we're, facing, in these next 90 days or so. And so today I will vote against it, but probably in the near future, I will have a very different opinion, for all the same reasons that you're echoing.
Okay, I'm going to call for board vote. And that motion fails with 5 nays and 2 yays. Mr. Donnelly, thank you for all your work. We appreciate it. Mr. Foster, if you could begin, please.
Thank you. I move to amend the FY 19-20 preliminary budget by moving legal settlements judgments from within the basic tax limitation to under plus exclusions on page 476 of the budget document.
Second.
Would you like to speak to that, Mr.?
Yes, this is an item that we researched back when I was the CFO and concluded that it made sense to move, but at that time we didn't believe we had sufficient votes on the Assembly to move it. I believe there's a more open climate and would like to encourage your consideration collectively of moving in this direction to allow the legal settlements and judgments from the district to move into the plus exclusions category going forward, and have encouraged the administration to do so in an expeditious manner. And whenever that does occur, that should give you some additional resources in your budget. Thank you.
Is there any other board comments? Mr. Donnelly?
I support this proposal.
So I guess I just want to ask this one question, and I know we talked about it before, but if this doesn't, I mean, we're not assured that it would create, because it's a process, right?
Through the to the president, that's correct. We don't know that today it would result in additional funding, but it certainly sets conditions for future changes where it would potentially become beneficial for us.
Okay. Any other board comments? Okay. Board vote, please.
It shows it's going through.
We don't have it over here.
Did you guys get it?
No. Okay, let me, just really quickly, just redo it.
Okay.
And that was Mark, and I'll issue you in a second. There it is.
Okay, and that motion carries with 7 yeas.
I move to amend the FY 19-20 preliminary budget by allocating $250,000 of the resources made available from moving legal settlements and judgments to plus exclusions to invest in an independent consultant study to develop a comprehensive review of the mental health needs of all ASD students with the goal of providing high-quality mental health support service for all students while seeking improvements in the effectiveness and efficiency of the delivery of mental health services for our students and their families.
There's a second?
Second.
Okay. Would you like to speak to your motion, please? Your amendment.
Yes. We've clearly been enjoying a large influx of health needs across the district, from special ed intensive through our special ed services with individual education plans on through to the needs of the general education students across the district. And with that sort of rapidly changing environment, I think it's timely to take a sort of a step back and take a look at all the services and see how we best provide those so that we're making sort of an efficient and effective use of our resources rather than just sort of looking at last year and how do we do it for next year. I think it's really timely to do it given the large number of folks that we're serving and literally the hundreds of millions of dollars that we're investing in this area.
Any other board comments? Ms. Mitchell?
Well, I do agree with Member Snelling that things could change a lot over the coming months. But I am going to vote yes for this because we do have students with great needs, and I think it is important to do an assessment given all of the trauma and all of the issues our students face, to understand how can we better support them. Is it through in-school counselors and increasing those? Is it through better referral systems? I think it would be good to take a look at that.
Mr. Holloman?
Actually, Ms. Sylvie was first, if you want to go in order.
Sorry. I don't plan to support this amendment for the reasons Ms. Snelling has articulated, but if we did have an extra $250,000, I would not want it going to an independent consultant. I would want it going to teachers, reducing class sizes, making sure we can do a middle school model, whatever is going to help our students directly in the classroom. I can't imagine people responding well to an independent consultant being spent when we are under such a financial crunch.
Mr. Holloman?
So I think one of the key points that we ought to include in this, if there's a gaping hole in some of the things that we're looking at, it would be identifying the kinds of students that represent a threat or danger to other students. We're not going to put metal detectors at the entrance to every building. And it turns out if we were going to do that, it wouldn't just be our high schools, we'd have to include our elementary schools as well. We're not going to search every student that walks in. And I think it's a reasonable question for voters, for parents to ask, what have we done to try to look at who represents some of our most dangerous or some of our most disturbed students in order to identify and be prepared for that kind of threat. I don't know if this is specifically part of the motion, but it seems like it would fit within there, that it creates the opportunity to look, especially for the small group of people that represent that kind of issue, and I don't think we have the capability to do it in our buildings. It could happen, but it would just be happenstance. In the environment we're in right now, I think this is something that we can explain to the public and they would understand the need for it.
Ms. Snelling?
So one of the things that's changed from last Friday is the aggregate dollar amount in the studies that are being proposed from 900,000 down to 600,000. But still, I think that keeping that, anywhere towards the classroom, I think has a better thing. And earlier in our agenda, we did just approve the 5th year of a 5-year grant for this Project Aware, which does focus on youth mental health, first aid, and maybe being able to look into what their outcomes have been and seeing what's worked to see how to more broadly apply it towards the district. I think we can look into something that we've already gotten resources for instead of looking outside, for something I think holds probably a better value at this particular juncture.
Mr. Donnelly?
It occurs to me that this would be an excellent area to request assistance from the Mental Health Trust. Has the district ever reached out to the Mental Health Trust on this specific issue, especially when it comes to school safety, assisting us in doing some proactive efforts to identify potential dangers to our schools?
That's a great question through the president to Member Donnelly. We're actually working on a major project, and working to get additional funds, not necessarily from the trust, but from a nonprofit, and setting up a trust, a separate trust that can specifically just go towards this, so it's not in a budget, that it's not forgotten, focusing on the ACEs and impacting and how to support that through support for teachers to be able to understand and know it and teach it better. So I know that we worked jointly with the trust. This is kind of a long-range plan that a team is working on. So to your answer, yes, we've worked with them. Specific to this, no. It is on mental health, but it's specifically related to ACEs and support for the training and development of people in the district to support children of mental health. It wasn't necessarily to study the children.
Any other board comments or questions? Okay, board vote, please. And that motion fails with 4 nays and 3 yeas.
Move to amend the FY 1920 preliminary budget by allocating $100,000 of the unrestricted health insurance fund reserve, which is on page 137 of the FY 17-18 CAFR, so you can see the balance, to invest in an independent consultant study to evaluate opportunities to reduce costs and improve the value of the health plans and medical services provided to all of our employees.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Foster, would you like to speak to your amendment, please?
Sure. As you may recall, during the interview process, I was asked by one of the board members to assist with at least starting this process, and so I'm following up on that sort of Q&A during the interview. And I wanted to encourage the board's consideration that going forward over the next 4 years, it seems to me highly likely that all of the school districts will be involved in conversations about how to improve their health benefit and medical service packages, and that you could get ahead of that curve now, or you can wait and have it come to you later. So I think it's timely to consider it, and it's especially timely to consider it given that the health insurance fund reserve, this would take less than 10% out of that, so it's not a significant amount of resources given the current balance. Thank you.
Any other board questions or comments? Ms. Snelling?
To Member Foster, 2 questions. The first one is, why do an independent consultant instead of doing our own study in-house or something with, municipality or municipal auditors or something like that? And then why now versus waiting until after we get some of the initial and first-year numbers from the Vera Health Clinic?
To the why do it external versus internal, we do not have the internal expertise to do this work. We do not have an actuarial on staff, which is required in order to evaluate many of the options that you'd be considering in terms of the actual value that you get from an insurance plan. So you'd want to have an actuarial, and then you want to have a business analyst who specializes in this area. We essentially today rely on an outside consultant to do a lot of that work, and they don't have those resources. I think, and you'll get a better independent view, I think, if you retain outside consultants for this purpose. Why now? I think the short answer is you may or may not include the Vera Clinic in the evaluation. I think there's a longer term question about whether there's value to be had from pooling resources, and I think that is the issue that will be coming up and one you want to be prepared for.
Any other board questions or comments? Mr. Donnelly?
school districts all over the country are getting really hit hard by health insurance costs. I mean, when you look at what's happened over the last decade, the funding for the classrooms is staying about the same while the cost to districts for health insurance is increasing dramatically. It's really hurting our ability to deliver classroom services. I think given the source fund for this, which is the reserve, which I'm not sure what if the reserve has restrictions on how it can be expended or not, which I'd be interested in hearing from our finance folks. But this might be a very wide, bless you, a very wise investment in what is our biggest single cost driver right now, which all districts, it's not just our district, it's all districts are being faced with.
Any other board comments or questions? Okay, board, please vote. And that motion passes with 4 yeas and 3 nays.
I move to amend the FY 1920 preliminary budget by increasing the attrition salary and benefits accounts in the amount of $1 million to capture a fraction of the productivity improvements that are achievable with the deployment of contemporary social networking, business collaboration, and productivity tools. I'll wait for a second.
Second.
Would you like to speak to your amendment, please, Mr. Foster?
Thank you. As we look across both the for-profit and nonprofit sectors, we're seeing a lot of opportunity in social networking tools being deployed to improve our ability to collaborate efficiently and effectively. A significant portion of that improvement in collaboration will be redirected back into the work and the backlog of things people have to do. That still leaves opportunity to capture some of that productivity over the course of the year in an attrition account, basically to reinvest in other sectors within the district. And it's just a way of generating resources from a cycle of continuous improvement. Thank you.
Any other board comments or questions? Mr. Donnelly?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out this, my understanding of this is it's not a spending increase. It's actually just an increase in our projection of what we will be saving as an attempt to inspire additional reforms and economies throughout the system by the administration. If that's inaccurate, I'd love to understand it better.
Is that accurate, Mr. Foster?
Yes, the attrition salary and benefits accounts are balancing accounts, so by increasing them, you are reducing the spend budget.
However, I would have to argue that it might not balance the investment due to the fact we might not see those savings within that year or even at all. So I think it's, even though it has merit and we certainly want to improve all efficiencies, I think $1 million is a lot to invest in something that there's uncertainty. Any other comments from board members? Questions? Board members, please vote. And that motion fails with 4 nays and 3 yeas.
Number 5 on my list has previously been voted on. when Donnelly presented. Number 6, I move to amend the FY 19-20 preliminary budget by increasing the attrition, salary, and benefits accounts in the amount of $700,000 to reflect a 1% reduction in the special support services students, 220, support services students, 300, and support services instruction, 350, pages 61 and 62 of the budget book.
There a second?
Second.
Mr. Foster, if you'd speak to your amendment, please.
Yes, when I look across benchmark studies both in Alaska and Wyoming, and then Anchorage against the Council of Great City Schools up to about the 30th largest district, I find that we are heavy relative to the others in terms of the percentage of investment we make, even after taking into account free and reduced lunch and ACEs and some of the other primary drivers that you would expect to be associated with these areas. And so I believe that there is room for us to push toward the efficiency frontier and effectiveness frontier, and a 1% reduction, 1 per 100 over the course of 1 year is a pretty modest reduction to make. But I believe it represents our commitment to continually improve and become more efficient and effective. Thank you.
Board comments or questions? Mr. Donnelly.
I think these costs are becoming a bigger and bigger concern with our district, because as many districts in Alaska don't have the resources and abilities to provide these services, I don't know if they're encouraging, but people are bringing these students to Anchorage. And the formula really doesn't fairly compensate us as a district for that extra level of attention we need to devote to this. I certainly want to have efficiencies in this area because but I also want to seek reforms to the existing formula that recognizes the great work that our folks are doing in this area and the necessity about providing these services to these students.
Ms. Mitchell?
So my understanding is that these services are services that are for our students. They include occupational therapists, physical therapists, speech therapists, and I am hesitant to make reductions in supports that are directly for the benefit of our students.
Point of order, there's actually more positions. If that came out of the work session, those weren't they're all different functions. So I didn't know if you wanted to share them or not.
I'd be happy to withdraw with the permission of the second if Member Donnelly would commit to advocating in Juneau for additional resources as he's just described for this function.
Yes.
Yes.
I think our district should advocate for revisions to the formula in multiple areas. School security is one of those. I think this is another area where the formula doesn't currently reflect the realities of the cost that our district is faced with. It's going to be a tough lift because we know how difficult it is to get any kind of consensus to amend the formula, but I think it's certainly worth an attempt because I think the current structure is inequitable to our students.
Madam President, do you want to include the other jobs in this thing or no? Oh, it's withdrawn. Okay. Yeah.
Move to advocate, I didn't know it.
For the advocacy, I didn't know if he needed a complete list.
So are you withdrawing that amendment?
The amendment is withdrawn with the permission of the second, as I understood it.
Yeah, agreed.
And we thank Senator Donnelly for his support in this area. Number 7 is not valid because of the prior amendments. Number 8 is not valid. Number 9, I move to amend the FY 19-20 preliminary budget by allocating up to $100,000 of the resources that arise from the hold harmless provisions in the state public school funding formula associated with the consolidation of the elementary schools on J-Bear toward reinvestment in the education program of the J-Bear elementary schools that were above and beyond the personnel and support allocations they would normally receive based on combined enrollments.
Second.
Would you like to speak to your amendment, Mr. Foster?
Yes, clearly it's made up to 100,000. We understand from the work session that there have been already additional increments that were made, so it's entirely likely that the administration is well on their way toward already meeting the intent of this, and that's all I put it forward for that purpose, is to make sure we're doing something more than just the required amount by the ratios. And so I appreciate the administration's work here. Thank you.
Any other board discussion or comments? Board ready to vote? And that motion fails with 4 nays and 3 yeas.
I move to amend the FY 1920 preliminary budget by adding a legislative budget request increment of $68 million to reduce class size across the district to 15 in K3 and 25 in grades 4 through 12, based on the recommendations that arise from the evidence-based model, a zero-based budget development approach that links research-based resource requirements to student performance, and contemporary research in class size matters on the long-term success of students across their school years and beyond to success in life.
Second.
Would you like to speak to your amendment, Mr. Foster?
Yes. In 2015 and in 2016, the district put together basically a study of what would be required to meet the requirements that were specified in the state performance documentation. And that model was a combination of evidence from outside research and case studies and subject matter interviews here in Alaska with folks in our district. And the result of that appears in the April 4th, 2016 board memorandum. And this is bringing forward that evidence-based model for a board consideration here as an amendment to present to the legislative budget request. I've also submitted some evidence on the record for the board's consideration that there's more contemporary research in class size matters that provide compelling evidence that, in fact, class size reductions, especially when you have teachers who are good at growing their students from wherever they start, as the evidence suggests here in Anchorage, that those reductions in class size are meaningful and are quite successful, not just in their career in school, but are strongly associated with earnings increases across their lifespan. They were looking at earnings in the 20s that people were getting as a result of smaller class sizes with effective teachers. And you'll also see there's litigation in this area from California where the expert witnesses came down and the court agreed that smaller class sizes had a significant impact. And it was critical to get effective teachers that could grow their students. So I think there's merit in consideration of this budget amendment.
Any other, Mr. Holloman?
A key part of this to me is that it's in a legislative budget request for a couple of reasons. One is that we're often asked, if we give you this money, what are you going to do with it? And the answer was, it's going to go into our general operating fund and help run the district, is not the winning answer ever. It's too vague, and there are lots of reasons people don't like that. But I think the idea of putting this into specific requests that say this amount of money is going to accomplish this. One, if the budget request is granted, we've got something very specific to apply it to. Two, if it's not granted, we have a really specific talking point with the public and with the legislature about why we're struggling with some of the things that we struggle with. So I think the budget requests are very focused, and they help point out our weak areas in ways that I think will help us argue the point, and we're going to be doing a lot of arguing over the next 2 months. I'm in favor.
I would agree. I'm going to support this because, as I've always said, I think our job is to advocate. And putting this forth to the legislature shows them that we do take the education of our students seriously, and that we are asking for what we need instead of just asking for what we'll get and, you know, making it, doing more with less. And I think somebody said, the OMB director said less with less. I don't accept that, so I do think this is the time to put this forward for many reasons. Ms. Mitchell.
I don't know if I want to offer an amendment at this point. I am going to vote for this, and I'll go through my reasons in a minute, but I'm just wondering if it makes sense to address the middle school piece in this, or if it's better to keep that separate. So I'm not sure. Okay, so I am going to vote for this amendment, and you know, you might think that I'm tone deaf in the current environment to support an increased amendment like this in our pre-K through 12th grade students, but you know, given the budget that our governor has presented, but I believe the opposite. I think it would be tone deaf and an abrogation of my duty to our students if I vote in opposition to this investment. We know that education across Alaska has faced cuts over the past 5 years due to flat funding combined with inflationary pressures. We as a board, and you know, me recently and some of you farther back, have had to make very, very painful choices that we know are not in the best interest of our students. Yes, we've done amazingly well as our resources shrink, but it would be disingenuous to say that we have been able to do more with less. And you may, we've heard some testimony tonight about how some of those choices have impacted our students and continue to impact our students. We know that Alaska is poised to pull out of the recession we're in. ICER, the State Department of Labor, and others are predicting modest job growth for the first time this year in 3 years, this coming year. We know that education is a key driver of our economic growth. Every day in our public schools, our students gain skills and knowledge, learn how to be critical thinkers, develop their social emotional tools to become good friends, productive citizens, whatever path they choose after high school. They develop relationships with trusted adults who believe in them, and that really is the core of an effective teacher. For some students, the school environment can truly be life-saving. Alaska has a bright future ahead. We're a state with incredible wealth. I believe this in my heart. We have a sovereign fund created for rainy days that's the envy of our other states and countries, incredible reserves of untapped natural resources in the ground and in our human capital. We have unlimited possibilities in our children. We have great diversity that's also a largely untapped resource. We have the ingredients to be a state that people flock to, and it's up to us to stay on the trajectory of an improving economy. And I believe a big part of that is to reverse our educational cuts and begin making net investments in our students. You can tell that I feel very passionately about this. I think all of us here on the school board want the very best for our students and our future. We know the cuts that have been made over the last few years have harmed our students. We've lost career resource counselors, graduation support counselors, engaging opportunities like gifted mentorships that have greatly decreased, Model UN, Math Derby, special programs and extracurricular activities, as well as we heard earlier, fewer electives for our students that really help them figure out a course in life and engage them. And we have burgeoning class sizes. Our current students are not receiving the same level of opportunities than those who came before them who did. And even my son, who's 23, had many more opportunities than my daughter, who is graduating this year. So I feel that it's my duty as a school board member to advocate for what's best for our students. I'm going to vote for this amendment that creates an honest budget, providing the resources that our children need to succeed. So thank you, Mr. Foster.
Ms. Snelly?
I wholeheartedly appreciate the intent of this motion as well as the next one that's going to come up. But my biggest fear is that when we are facing a $150 million shortfall by turning around and asking for an additional 70, that it's going to discredit us in a way that will not help our case any. I can go down and advocate for all the right things that you just outlined. I don't know that I need a motion that everybody's gonna look at and, you know, come at us from a very negative standpoint, saying that we don't understand what's going on, and that's really concerning to me. And so even though I understand the spirit of it and I support it for all the right reasons, I can't support it in this way.
Mr. Foster?
Allow me to offer a talking point for those who might be reticent. My research into the average class size in the districts in Alaska outside of the Big Five suggests to me that this isn't even asking for what they have. This is an equity issue as much as it is a class size issue. So for those who are in Anchorage with whom you are speaking, you might want to remind them that we are simply asking for what some of the high-performing districts in Alaska have had for years.
Mr. Donnelly, then Ms. Mitchell.
First of all, I point out that this is an advocacy of an increment solely to Anchorage. That's contrary to some of the things that we talked about before. I believe that Anchorage should be an advocate for our schools and identify those areas where we have been unfairly treated. But this particular proposal doesn't say anything about any other funding anyplace else. So we need to recognize that there's a lack of consistency here from what's gone previously tonight. Second, I think the surveys of our parents and our citizens have indicated that class size is their #1 concern. So I'm all about class size. In fact, I wish we would have used more of the $20 million that we got extra this year from the legislature and the state government for class size reduction rather than what we used it for. I worked really hard to try to maximize the utilization of that extra money into our classrooms and reducing class size. So I feel like the failure of us to use that money towards a reduction in class size puts us on shaky ground, asking for $68 million more for class size.
Ms. Mitchell? Or who was, I think it was Ms. Mitchell.
I was just going to say, I haven't had a chance to go through all of the background documentation that Mr. Foster had provided, so hopefully that will be, I'm hoping that'll be on the public record so that other people can take a look at that as well, because it looks like there's some very good information in there.
I guess I'm just going to say again that given this budget that the governor has proposed, and he's asking for what he thinks the state needs to do, I see no difference in me as a school board member asking for what our schools need. And I would think anybody would respect that, given what others are asking of us. And we have to be advocates for our students here in Anchorage. And we have for so long not advocated for what we need. We've advocated or we've dealt with what we've gotten, that I think it's time for us to speak up and say, this is what Anchorage needs to educate their students in an equitable and adequate fashion. And this also sets us up, if this, for let's just say further actions down the road if need be taken, to support that we have asked for what we need. So I will definitely be supporting this. Is there any other comments? Okay, board vote, please. And that motion passes with 4 yeas and 3 nays.
I move to amend the FY 1920 preliminary budget by adding a legislative budget request increment of $13 million to provide for half-day pre-K for Anchorage students based on recommendations that arise from the evidence-based model, a zero-based budget development approach linking the research-based resource requirements to student performance, and contemporary research on the long-term benefits of pre-K for students across their school years and beyond to success in life.
Second.
Mr. Foster, would you like to speak to your amendment, please?
Yes, if you review the evidence-based model, you'll find that pre-K is prominently featured in that discussion, and you'll see also additional information on the value of pre-K in contemporary research subsequent to the development of the evidence-based model in 2015. So I think it's an excellent investment in Anchorage, and I would commend it to all districts in Alaska, given the particular challenges that we see in the kids that first show up at the door in kindergarten. There's a wide variety of challenges that we have, and we do a good job of lifting from the point that we get them. But if we start that lift earlier to bring them into sort of the reading and the writing and the math and the basic social skills that are critical to success long term, I think you'll find that the pre-K investment pays for itself many times over, and I highly recommend it for your consideration.
Mr. Holloman.
For all the same reasons as on the previous amendment, if there's one phrase I think we've all heard, it's dead last in third grade reading. This directly addresses it. It's talking about things we can't afford to do within the budget that we've got, and it's a direct, I think, response to the legislature and those people that are throwing rocks at us to say this is what we need to do something about it, and I support it fully.
And I just have kind of a clarification question. In the Constitution, it says that we're responsible for K through 12. Is this, I mean, does this fit with, and not that I don't agree with it, but does it fit within our preview of what we offer? I don't know.
We had those discussions when we were developing the model in 2015 and 2016. We believe that's an open question, and there were certainly some folks who believed that the Constitution didn't necessarily limit itself to K-12. And so that was sort of the point that people were interested in arguing about. But there's certainly statutes that suggest that K-12 is the span that we are looking at. So that is, I think, separate and distinct from the question about the Constitution.
Mr. Holloman.
And I would say it's also the case that even if you want to say that pre-K is not constitutionally mandated, we're looking at changing the results in third grade or first grade, second grade, and all through. What do you have to do to adequately educate our K-12 students? And it turns out that one of the things we're going to have to do is spend time with them before they get into kindergarten.
Right. Okay. Are there any other board comments? Ms. Mitchell.
Well, I second everything that Andy said, and I absolutely, the earlier we can support families with young children and the earlier we can get literacy skills up, the better. And it was very concerning to hear today that we're seeing kindergartners with more speech issues than we have in the past. So while it's not technically our purview, I would certainly encourage other areas in Alaska, our pediatricians, and support in other people who can connect with those parents of young children to encourage all the things that we know can create success in life, which starts with literacy.
Okay. There's no other board comments or questions. Board, please vote. That motion carries with 4 yeas and 3 nays.
I move to amend the FY 1920 preliminary budget by reducing the transportation services fund expenditures by $1.2 million to help close the gap between the state revenues and expenditures and discontinue the use of the local ASD fund financial reserves to pay for the state's constitutional responsibility to provide equitable support for its education system.
Second.
Speak to your amendment.
Yeah, we've been running a deficit largely driven by a state statute that introduced an increased wage structure relative to when the funding was set, and that has helped squeeze this area. And I think it's time for us to begin to close that gap and let people know that we can't continue to fund this from a deficit perspective, and it's the state's responsibility. And I think that also will help us with conversations in the legislature about what's required in order to sustain the transportation system.
Any other board comments or questions? Mr. Coleman.
And I agree. I think it's an important talking point to bring up that they're not fulfilling their responsibility. We're having to pull that out of money that's meant for instruction. I don't know what the success of it will be, but again, it's a very specific number about a specific thing that we have to do. And I think the more times we can do that, the public gets a more clear idea of what our challenges are, and I hope enough legislators do as well.
Ms. Snelling.
So my question, and I don't know if it would be to Member Foster or to Mr. Anderson, the way that this is currently written, to reduce expenditures by 1.2 million, it's the and discontinue the use of local ASD financial reserves to pay for that responsibility. So what happens when I still have a deficit at the end of the year? The way this is written is that I still have a deficit that I then can't transfer money to cover or anything like that. So what happens at that point if the legislature does not do what it's supposed to?
Allow me to offer at least one potential language change that if the ledge doesn't deliver, you're going to unwind that anyway, consistent with prior conversations. But to the extent that you do follow through with the $1.2 million reduction, and you have an additional deficit to make up, we could use language and discontinue the use of the financial reserves. I'm trying to look at and discontinue 1.2 million in the use of the financial reserves would then balance you out, if that's really what you want to do, is just sort of make sure that that this motion is self-contained. I'm making a reduction of 1.2 million in the expenditures, making a reduction of 1.2 million in the reserves, and then you may have additional reserves that you have to put at it if it's still in deficit. And discontinue, let me add 1.2 million following discontinue. Does that meet the interest that you've brought forward so that I'm balancing?
One more time for me.
Yeah, please do.
I'm sorry?
Can you repeat?
Sure. After the word discontinue, put in 1.2 million. Discontinue 1.2 million of local financial reserves. The use of 1.2 million, that's how it would go. The use of 1.2 million of local financial reserves.
So discontinue the use of 1.2 million of local financial reserves.
Perfect, thank you.
Mr. Holman.
I'm going to say I think a slightly crass answer to your question is that's 10 teachers we won't have if it turns out the legislature doesn't come through on it. But it's a reality that it's 10 teachers we don't have this year. And it was about 10 teachers we didn't have last year. because we cover that part of the transportation budget that we don't get reimbursed for. So again, it's putting a specific number to a, could be more, but it's putting a specific number to a cost that we do consider the state's responsibility. Obviously, the state doesn't have too much concern about pushing those responsibilities off onto local governments, but I think we have a responsibility to make that clear to Anchorage, to our voters, and to our legislators as well.
Mark, does that look me?
Is there, hold on. Oh.
It should be on that screen in front of you.
Well, Member Foster's looking at the language. Could I?
Okay, hold a second.
Might be efficient
That good, Mr. Foster?
Yes.
Okay.
And is the seconder okay with the change?
So first Ms. Snelling and then Ms. Mitchell. Oh, and Dave, oh.
At one point, we were going to address the municipality to help us close this particular gap. Is that something that you view as off the table at this point, or do you still see us having a conversation with them?
I don't have any objection to us continuing to explore that option with the municipality, but I do believe it's important for us to negotiate directly with the state because it's their responsibility to provide equitable funding. And I think this is another area where they've allowed the funding to get quite a ways out of whack when you look at Anchorage versus other districts and the level of service that's being required and the cost to provide that service.
Point of order, because there is a change to this amendment and you second it, Mr. Holloman, are you okay with the change in?
Yes,
Okay.
Madam President,
Yes.
I've been, may I have Andy comment on some of the particulars, just for clarity?
Thank you. Through the president, this amendment asks for $1.2 million to be of ASD financial reserves. We're not, for FY20, we're not putting, we don't have that budgeted as a transfer from the general fund to transportation. We are balancing the budget with the use of additional tax revenue and existing fund balance within the transportation fund that can only be used for transportation purposes. So if we would amend the 1.2, if there was a reduction, we could either take it from existing tax revenue that we're going to ask for or the use of the fund balance that's in the transportation fund.
Mr. Foster?
Local ASD financial reserves, I believe, is a term of art that's sufficiently vague. It doesn't refer to general fund. If you look at that language, would you concur?
I would say it's sufficiently vague. But which reserves are we? I don't know that I can budget a negative amount for use of reserves. I suppose we could make it a contribution into fund balance for that fund.
Does everybody understand what was just said? Okay.
Question related to that.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Donnelly?
So our costs for our transportation budget, that's less than what we get from the state, Andy, is about $4.3 million?
About 3.7.
3.7, okay, it's changed from last year then. Okay, so you're saying that entire 3.7 is funded utilizing the fund balance and some request for additional tax revenue from the city?
Yeah, through the president, $500,000 of fund balance that's in transportation right now, and $3.25 million within a request for property taxes.
Well, yeah, you say a request for property taxes, but it's
May I add just a little thing? So there is funds when the the mill rate was for this might just help think about what tax funds, the money's already been collected and it's at the city. They just can't give it to us for operations. And it was at the time that the mill rate went to 2.65 for everyone, which was probably about 5 or 6 years ago.
Point of order, sorry. We really don't need board members having side conversations. If we need to do it we're doing this.
Actually, board members should not have sideboard conversations when other conversations are going on.
So is the point of order accepted and corrected, or?
Apparently not.
He might not know. Should we call?
Could we just take it at ease?
Yeah. Mark, are you coming back? Yeah, just for future reference, if a board member needs to have a sideboard, there needs to be an at ease or something called. So when board meetings are going on, there really should be no side conversations. That's for everybody. Okay. Is there anybody else that would like to speak to this or have questions? All right, board. Oh, Mr. Foster.
Let me call a 5-minute recess so we can see whether we can't figure out an approach that meets the needs and issues that have been raised, rather than voting for or against this because it's not as artfully constructed as it could be.
As much as I'd like to get out of here, 5-minute Yetis. We have to vote it.
Yeah, you have
Well, that's not mine.
Yeah.
You guys, this lady's nicer than I'll ever be if you ever vote for president. I'm gonna be out here at 9 o'clock.
Yeah. Good luck with that.
Like,
So I got, this is, they took your letter and said there were some corrections to the district. I just got it. Yeah. I haven't had a chance to do anything with it.
well, they collected it for school. Anything that's outside of operation. So
Do we have to vote on it tonight?
I've been an advocate for that for the last couple of years.
yeah, they're up against it. They gotta give it to
So you're saying you've got no general funds there at all that could be reduced?
Do you want me to, I can pass them out now. I'm just waiting for That was really good. Yeah. We should give it back. I know. I love that card.
I haven't been there in decades. No, they just, it is serious, but it's designed that way. When Chelsea Morrow had her store, yeah, she's okay. The car, she was just afraid of so it happened. Actually, the road teacher. But you know, she was afraid. I mean, it was a computer. Somebody ran a red light. The guy in front of her stopped. And she was like,
The car behind all the balls.
she doesn't, you know.
At 8:30 meetings, they come off slowly.
Oh my gosh. affected, I mean, and then we're gonna share it in, and not everybody's gonna be happy. Do you think there is just no?
All right, no, I'm good. No, part of the thing is to have the stamina to go for as long as it takes.
Great, I'm fine.
Yeah.
That keep you guys going?
It would have been general for the last year, but then they structured the budget this year.
Here's the access to the taxpayers.
Right. But when they say no, we're going to.
You might have changed.
So they
Did you see me back there in the corner? Gentlemen, did you get some candy? Where's my broccoli? All right. Where's my broccoli? No.
No, they're available now. No, they're cut off.
Did Glenn already get you guys?
No, I'll take yours.
Every time you didn't take me the first time.
Yeah. Where are these all coming from? It's like Father from heaven. So we just, I mean, honestly, that's the last thing we have to do. Right beside we're going to stay together. That's all.
Thank you very much.
Okay, if I can call board members back, please. Because if we go past midnight, we have to vote to go past midnight.
With the permission of the second, I will withdraw the amendment.
With what?
With the permission of the second, I will withdraw the amendment.
Okay.
You're going to withdraw?
Yes.
Okay, so board, are we listening? We're back in. We're back in session. No sidebars, please.
Does the second agree?
And does the second agree? He's withdrawing the amendment? Sorry.
I agree.
Okay. So we're moving on to the last one.
That will conclude my amendments for this evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
So,
Yes, the last one is not being offered.
Okay.
so. We need to do the main motion as amended.
And how does that read?
Well, so maybe Jim, so if we do main motion as amended, do I just take out the amount, or are we just to say main motion as amended and then it'll include all the, and take out the amount?
For the last amendment, for the transportation?
No. For all the amendments that we've passed that affect the budget, how do you want that to read? On the main motion?
If you put with amendments, we'll take care of it and we'll give the full accounting.
So,
Right, it's $3,000 less from the first amendment from Mr. Donnelly that was passed. The rest are legislative grants,
so 801?
well, in the health insurance fund.
Or no. That's a million. No, we just take out the amount.
So right now, we have 8.75 million in the state legislative grants. We're going to change that to whatever the number is, 80+ million.
Should we just take out the amount?
Main motion.
No,
No, okay.
I think if you approve it with the amendments as passed, we'll go ahead and make the corrections, and
You'll
then we'll
adjust it
articulate
based
that we
on the-
followed the past amendments.
Okay. So we're going to approve the main motion as it is with the amendments, and it'll be adjusted. The amount will be adjusted.
Fiscal year, budget, and authorize.
Did I get that right?
Correct, and we just need to increase the upper limit authority, the total upper limit. We need to add really 80, it's really the two, it's the $81,003,000.
To what?
That will cover the legislative grants.
Okay. And then what about the budget dollars? Right now we have
804,661.
804,6.
661,600.
Can we have a 2-minute at ease?
No.
So we can add up?
Yes. That's nice. Show off. Yeah, show off. I don't have enough room as it is.
My kid's got one class left.
Yeah, I bring all these notes and stuff. See if I'm fast.
Yeah. I don't know if it's gonna
About what? We don't do anything. I got it. It's on the agenda item.
But isn't it part of the budget? What should be named? You would just amend the budget?
Yeah. Okay. Well, we need that. That's a good question. Well, we haven't voted on it, so we can't. Okay.
You said some water. Do you think that the state? I think so. Good.
Okay.
So the new number's up on the screen.
So the new number is up on the screen. Said main motion is amended to approve the fiscal year 2019. Sorry. Main motion is amended to approve the fiscal year 2019-2020 preliminary budget and authorize an upper limit spending authority of $885,658,600.
I'm making this motion. Andy, would you make another motion?
I'm making.
You are making this motion?
Oh,
I think you wanna, or increase it.
I was gonna ask.
What?
Oh, before we vote on this.
Add it to this, right?
I think you wanna add it maybe? I do, point of information. On the middle school report, would that come to us as a motion at a later date, or do we need to do that at this point?
It's not, well, we could, but we haven't voted on. I mean, is it?
Madam President, you could make a motion like you have been adjusting the budget for that now, which would be my recommendation, to make a statement to that committee and the work of that whole committee. However, there was some funds put in for middle school under a prior one that was even greater than that, than the recommendation. But there's, whatever the board would like on the other recommendation. But I think it would be appropriate to address that this evening.
Okay. I would like to move that we accept the findings of the committee and ask the administration to implement a 5-7 schedule with an emphasis on student teaming. And I'm sorry, that's the motion.
So would that be amending the budget? So
Yeah.
this is for the budget, the accepting
Yeah,
of
this
5-7?
is amending that number, because if he wanted to
Okay.
increase it, you would have to vote on it, right?
Then I'm going to say
So
at
you
the
say we
200.
accept the 5-7, so we're gonna do that part too?
Well, I mean, it's
Yes.
not part of it.
I'm going to ask that we accept the findings of the committee
Sorry.
and add $200,000 to the budget. And then if there is a second, I'll speak to that.
Sorry, Andy.
Second.
Okay. Yes, Ms. Hildy, I think there's a point of order here.
I would like to move to amend that motion to amend. Do I do that first? I want the 3.3 million without changing class size.
Second.
Okay, and I just want a clarification here. So, I don't disagree with putting the money in the budget, but you're approving something that hasn't come or had public notice that we're voting on.
I'm changing the budget, amending the budget.
Okay, but you can't say that we're going to accept, because we haven't voted on that, and even if we do all agree, it has to have public notice to be able to vote on something. It's not just a budget, though. It's also, we're saying in that budget that we are accepting.
A point of order, I would say, one, we can vote to accept a report that's been brought to us
Okay.
without having to go through public notice. And the other side of it is it's a budget amendment, which is what we're doing right now.
And then we'll put it on our action items to vote on accepting the 5 out of 7? Or 5?
We could do it that way too.
Madam President, I just have another question.
Okay.
Since there was another motion that piled on top of that one, and I just have a question on that. But perhaps we'll let those be seconded prior to my question. It was? Okay. So may I have a question on the amendment?
Not until we settle this. I
What are
need
you trying to settle?
I need to know what we're doing as far as what the intention of this amendment is and whether we're going to vote with public notice
Okay.
on the acceptance.
Let me restate with some clarifying, and then if there is a second, I'd like to clarify it further. I would make a motion to add $200,000 to the budget in preparation for changes to the middle school schedule. And
I
if there's
think
a
that's-
second,
yeah. Is there a second?
I will second for purpose of discussion.
Okay, now,
well, I'd like to speak to it if I can.
Okay,
before.
certainly.
I think we're going to come back and be addressing PTR again, and that's why I'm not asking for a different amount. I do want to say to the committee and the administration, this is the direction we want to go. I think it can, 507 schedule, and more importantly to me, teaming for students can be done over a range of FTE or PTR. Where we're going to be at the end of the process, I don't think any of us can see right now, and I'd rather save that argument for another really long meeting that goes way into the night and try to have it here. But I would like to get on the record as being in support of that, and at the appropriate time, we would actually vote on accepting the motion. But I do want the money in the budget so that we can do that.
yes.
Dr. Bishop. So I'm going to have a question in regard to manner in which you'd like to see this in the budget. The prior increases, my understanding with preschool and class sizes was in a wedge or legislative grant. And since there's another motion that technically is on the floor as well, there's a motion for 200 grand and a motion for 3.5 million, correct?
Right.
3.2, what was it?
3.3.
3.3. How those two, it's easily to ask in your fund balance, and you raise your fund balance to 600,000, or we take it from somewhere else. That would be a significant increase in the fund balance if that was the, like, I need to know where you place this. Are these legislative grants, or are these on the, just the expected revenue? So how would we're just going to increase the revenue, and then
it will occur what Mr. Holloman said, because we understand that if the legislature does not come to a decision, we have till May 14th to either, reduce or not. So if we had 3.5 in and we hired people before that, we would essentially by May 15th not know and expend that money. On the wedges, we know that to the point that if you pay for this, you're going to get this. So I just need to know how it should be placed in the budget, because that will determine positions that open at staffing. That will determine school staffing. We're having staffing meetings it triggers a lot of other things in how we do business. And so whether that is a wedge and only if we get money, or if it's in fund balance, or a combination of both, I think we need to be absolutely clear in this budget, because how we then take that and allot positions to schools matters.
Mr. Donnelly?
What the superintendent is trying to say is that this would create an unbalanced budget without some fund source. But I do think the motion's technically in order, because it's an amendment to the main motion, but then the main motion would be out of order, because I think it would violate our rules, because then we would have an unbalanced budget. So if this motion passed, then the board would have to take up a separate motion to identify the source of funding for this motion.
That's what I wanted to say.
Yes.
I saw it coming, I just couldn't articulate it.
Mr. Holloman?
So to offer an amendment to my own motion, or amendment, I would designate $200,000 coming from fund balance.
Right. Well, we have to address the second amendment before the first amendment. So we need to address because she made an amendment to your amendment.
That was seconded?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So. It's getting too late for this. So is there any discussion on the amendment to the amendment? Ms. Hildy?
Thank you. So this would have to be, for this budget tonight, to do 3.3 million, it would have to be a legislative request, because I don't have 3.3 million to find in the budget by midnight. I would prefer it to be in Member Hallman, if we use fund balance for 200,000. My great hesitation in that is suggesting in any way that I want class sizes to increase, and I absolutely do not. So that is my unwillingness to not. I want to support this wonderful process people went through, the hard work they put into it. I do not want to communicate a willingness to raise class sizes. So if somebody has a better idea, I would appreciate it, but. This is your language.
Can I say something?
Sure.
Because we've already passed an amendment that's 68 million and one-time asked from the legislative for class sizes, would this not address that same issue? Mr. Foster?
You could combine them. I believe you will find a more focused and steady advocacy throughout the session if you separate them.
Mr. Hallman and then Ms. Mitchell.
And I'm just going to say, I think we're going to be back dealing with this. And I don't think we can arrive at a true number tonight. If things go badly, we are looking at all our numbers being shredded. And if things go well, we're not. And right now, I don't think anybody knows at all. So in essence, this is more intent. I don't envy the administration at all and what they have to do in terms of contemplating staffing, of whether or not they need to lay off a few people, or 400 or 500 or something dramatic. But I don't think we can have an intelligent debate about it tonight, unfortunately. So it is, in essence, an effort to put our intent in and wait and see what happens.
Who seconded yours? Dave.
I didn't second it. Oh, was it me?
Mark. Okay, so given that, oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Mitchell.
No, I'm trying to sort through all of this also. So would we then, because the 68 million covers the reduced PTR, so do we, to show that we do support what was presented by the middle school committee and that we don't want to increase class size, do we pull the 3.3 out of the 68 somehow, or what's the best process for doing that?
Look at me.
Ms. Hildy.
I mean, our goal here is to acknowledge to the committee the good work they've done and then our intent to find a way to incorporate into our budget somehow. The 68 million that the board approved for funding absolutely covers this. I think perhaps maybe even just accepting the committee report and clarifying the intent to incorporate it. I don't know what will provide comfort for, I don't know if any of those committee members are still here. But how to best communicate that.
Well, my suggestion is, and I guess I gotta speak to both, but I can see us doing the 200,000 as an intention of moving forward or in preparation of voting on this, and I would actually take that 200,000 from fund balance.
To further that was my intent. One, to make it clear to the administration, authorize them to make this change in the scheduling. And obviously, if it turns out we have more PTR than we anticipate, we'll staff middle school better. But if we arrive at being funded at the amount of this budget, it would be a very thin effort to put 5 of 7 back. But I don't think we're going to land on that number. That seems like the unlikeliest slot for the roulette ball to fall into. I think it's probably going to be less, and the administration will have to deal with and bring us a proposal to make it happen. But I do want in the budget to say this is what we want to have happen, as well as just acknowledge the report, which we can vote on formally at a later time. But if there's any way to make 5 of 7 and teaming for students happen in middle school next year, wherever our funding lands, that is what I would like to have happen, and that's the point of my motion.
Mr. Foster.
Then I would encourage you to support the amendment to put the 3.3 million in the middle school schedules. And to Ms. Mitchell's question, yes, we could adjust the 68 by 3.3 to balance, and then we could go home.
Not quite, there are a couple of other things.
And actually, I don't understand why we have to adjust the 668, because that includes all schools, all class sizes. So even if we went to the middle school, this new model, it would be covered under that. So I don't understand why we'd have to adjust that, because it would cost us that much regardless. We wouldn't have to do anything with the 3.3.
Point of information, that's a grant request, right?
Yes.
That's a grant request which is based on an increment above a set of assumptions that have been changed with the addition of this 3.3. So you need to offset it. So if you want to balance it out, add the 3.3 as a separate grant. I think that would be a fine way to explicitly support this work and explicitly support sustaining the class size PTR guidance that was provided in the pro forma and that's being sustained through this budget that we've put fund balance in to help sustain. So we're not backing off of that commitment. And then we just make an adjustment to the 68 down by 3.3, and I think that would work out just fine. And I would encourage your consideration of supporting that.
Point of information, if the grant request is not funded by the legislature, the motion goes nowhere. Would that be correct? In other words, we're telling the administration we want the PTR to change based on that funding, in essence, putting the decision to the legislature. And I'm saying this is not a decision that I want the legislature to make. I would like us to make it tonight.
Then you would advocate for this 3.3 coming out of our fund balance rather than being a legislative grant, which I believe will be a separate motion following the 3.3 based on our prior conversation of separating the motion.
I thought your proposal was 200.
Correct. The amendment is for
Right.
3.3.
Right, right. Yes, Ms. Hildy.
Based on how Mr. Member Foster presented it, is there will be a time if that didn't happen, right? If we don't receive the funding we expect, and there will be an adjustment, right? That's the theme of tonight. All of this that we've done tonight will all be changed in a few months. At that point, we can invite the committee back if we are very clear in communicating our desire for them to come back and reshare their work with us. I don't know how that would be received in doing that adjustment to our budget when it comes up again. I don't know how to best communicate the reality of what we're in right now. We don't have final decisions.
Sure. Madam President.
I might be able to rephrase my original motion in a way that addresses that. And it would be basically the same words, that we support the 5 of 7 schedule with $200,000 from fund balance and an additional staffing from the legislative request should that pass.
Ms. Hildy.
I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay.
So
Okay,
that-
so
mine
back to
still
the
needs
first
a
motion.
second.
Yes.
Yeah.
I thought yours had a second.
Well, I've changed it.
Well, let's hear your change again. Because I'm confused.
That we support the 5 of 7 schedule at middle school with $200,000 from fund balance transfer and additional staff should the legislative request for a PTR increase pass.
In preparation of supporting. Because we can't say we support it if we haven't voted on it yet.
This is us voting.
No. This is not us voting. This is us voting for the budget, but not for voting for accepting the middle school model. That has to be on.
Yeah, and I didn't say that in the motion. We are voting a budget amendment to allow a 5 of 7 schedule at middle school. We can vote on accepting the report at a later time. But this is just like the other budget amendments, this is a budget amendment to do a specific thing in the budget.
Okay. Not gonna argue anymore.
So, go ahead.
I'm waiting for Katie to bring up whatever's in front of us, and then I'll comment on what's in front of us.
So can I ask
Sure.
a question of Ms. Hildy while Katie's catching up with us? Does this make you feel comfortable in terms of making it not feel like we're accepting an increase in PTR?
Yes, because we are putting it into the budget, which will communicate our desire to accept the committee's recommendations, as well as acknowledging that we expect to not keep that class size. PTR, I mean, we don't know, right? Like, we just don't know at this point, but I think it captures what I would like to communicate in our willingness to find solutions based on whatever we have to work with.
Mr. Donnelly?
Yeah, we're back on the main motion. The main motion now is to put $200,000 in the budget from the fund balance. First of all evening I've been trying to reduce what we take out of the fund balance, and now we're actually increasing it. Second, the only guaranteed source of funding for this is the $200,000 out of the fund balance. If the other money doesn't show up, then the class sizes in our middle schools are going to increase dramatically. And that's exactly what the polling said that the public did not support. I can't support this.
And I've got slight rewording if
Okay.
that may help. So I apologize for all the iterations.
Sure.
But it is a motion to add $200,000 to support the middle school model to be taken from general fund balance. That's the motion.
Okay. Do what?
Who seconded the original motion? That was Dean.
Can we leave them?
Can you leave them both in?
Leave both in.
The only way the budget balances is if you increase the class sizes by, over 34 kids in a class. Was one of the estimates that we'd end up with. Maybe even more.
As a grant and leave yours as a grant. But Dave doesn't want to have fund balance.
Okay, what? Katie, you got it yet? Okay, so I move, Mr. Holloman moves to add 200,000 support, 200,000 to support the middle school model to be taken from general fund balance. Mr. Foster.
I'll be voting against the motion because I believe we need to sustain the PTR in this budget presentation going forward. And the way to sustain that is by sticking to the pro forma budget guidance of 27 in the baseline that we built for middle school, which has a $3.3 million cost, separate and distinct from the evidence-based model. And I think if we conflate those two, you're going to have a hard time untangling them later, and you're better off making it a nice, clean $3.3 million to implement a 5-7 schedule and a 27 PTR.
Dr. Bishop.
Included in that, if we wanted to then say, if that wasn't granted, there is a request for the group to come back and have that addressed. And I would like to ask Kirsten Johnson, if that would suffice as one of the chairs, if she feels as though that commitment would speak to the committee.
Thank you, Superintendent Bishop. The committee discussed budget at length when we were going through our committee process, and obviously our first choice is for the school board to look at the $3.3 million increase to fund it at the current PTR of 27-1. Our second choice was to look at increasing PTR to make it a more affordable model. However, if none of that works for the school board, and that's not the direction you'd like to say, the committee would love the opportunity to get back to work and look at other options. So they're committed to that process. They want to continue the work that they've started. They've done the research, they've done the homework, they have the experience and expertise level, so they'd love to get back to work.
Ms. Mitchell.
But I think the wording that we are talking about right now does make you, as the sole representative here right now, I think, feel
Right.
comfortable that two representatives, that we support the work of the committee, and we would like to indicate that, and
Find a way.
it looks like Mr. Kleinmeyer might want to say something. Is that okay?
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Let's let them start.
Why not?
I object.
Okay, Mr. Donnelly
I want to
objects.
understand why additional folks are getting to testify here.
Other members of the public haven't had an opportunity to come up and testify in this debate.
As a representative of our members as in the negotiated agreement.
No, wait, the representative of the committee is here.
Correct,
What-
but the memorandum of agreement was signed with the association, not with the committee. The committee was.
Point of order, this direction should go to Star. Star, you should weigh in on that before the person who is speaking continues to
Right.
speak.
Mr. Claymore, I am going to ask you not to speak at this time. If you'd like to speak at the end, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
And Madam President, I requested, in
Yes.
speaking for administration,
Yes.
for Kirsten to come up because
Yes.
the board didn't know how would they feel supported. And I thought as a leader of that group and a co-presenter and co-leader that she could give us that confidence that if we put the 3.3 in, I think the question is, would the group feel supported? And then we could request for them to come back if it doesn't go.
Ye-
Is that a yes
Yes.
or no?
Yes.
I don't
There's
have an
the,
objection to the representative of the committee speaking.
Right. Yeah, we'll follow protocol and just ask if you testify at the end of the session if you'd like. Thank you. Ms. Hildy?
Member Holloman's amended motion doesn't include the PTR request, the 3.3 million. Is that on purpose?
Through the chair. It is, because I'm not addressing the committee's report. I'm addressing the board's instructions to the administration about what our goals are in this. And at the moment, because of the budget situation, the means to achieve that goal aren't clear, and they can't be made clear tonight. But our intent can be. And it may be that all of this is an impossibility in 2 months,
Yep.
depending on what the numbers come back as, or it may be something that's very workable, or somewhere in between. But if I was an administrator, and I'm not going to pretend to speak for them, I would want the board to state its mind on this before I began looking at schedules and dedicating staff to trying to work out the very knotty problems of middle school schedules for all the schools.
Ms. Hildy?
If we vote to approve this language, that means in the coming months, the middle school staffing will work to reduce to this level. You will be not hiring or moving people around in preparation for the following year based on what, if we approve this tonight.
Dr. Bishop?
actually, moving to 31 is actually an addition. The 200 allows us to make an addition at this level, correct? Yeah. So the 200,000 is hiring additional people.
Yes.
Yeah. So we
1.6.
would place that into,
With a higher PTR.
2 FTE.
correct.
Mr. Donnelly?
So on page 24 of the budget we're voting on, it lists the PTR for grades 6, 7, and 8 as 27. The budget is based on that. So if we're changing that, we need to amend this page of the budget.
Through the chair.
Yes.
I don't think there's any way that we can make all the details in the budget document balanced tonight. If the administration is able to maintain that PTR and a 507 schedule, that would be the ideal. We don't know if the money to make that happen is going to happen tonight. We don't know if the money to make any of this happen is going to come to us. But this is the direction we would like to go if we have the resources to make it happen, I think.
Ms. Hildy?
Just quickly, I will support this motion as written with the strong understanding that I will be complaining about it for the next few months and reminding you constantly that I do not want that PTR at middle school, so don't be surprised, it's going, so just so you know.
I'm going to call for the vote. Okay. Members, please vote. Thank you.
And mine's indicated I voted, but I don't know. Oh.
my screen. Yeah. Just do a voice vote.
Andy's came through.
Okay.
I'm waiting on Dina Mitchell and yours.
I don't have anything. So I'll just give him
Madam President, while this is going on, I have a point of order, that meetings in our policy, meetings shall be adjourned no later than 11 p.m. unless provision is made by the board to extend the meeting by a majority vote of the board and in conformance with the municipal charter of no later than 12. And at 11, we did not vote to extend, and we can go no longer than 12, so just wanted to point that out.
Thank you.
Let's vote on this.
Okay, so that motion passed with 4 yeas and 3 nays. So we have approximately 9 minutes to look at, we have to pass.
We have to do the main motion.
Oh, sorry.
9 minutes to pass the budget.
And then, we're ready to vote.
Okay.
So raised by,
Raised by 200.
858?
It's just add, correct, just add 200,000. I didn't mean just.
Oh. Shoot. Let's see, I think it's 85. No, that didn't.
Yeah,
work.
we have to vote on it.
Sorry. 885, should be 858. Sorry.
Just go.
Override, veto override.
Is that it? 858? We added 200.
Jim, is that amount correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Are we good? Okay, so main motion is amended to approve the fiscal year 2019-2020 preliminary budget and authorize an upper limit spending authority of $885,858,600.
Debate on the main motion?
Yes.
Thank you. Trying to calculate all the additions tonight, Jim. We're up to $885 million. We started evening, what, around 830?
804, I think. 804. 804.
804, so tonight, by the amendment process, we've added over $81 million to this budget?
That would be accurate. The bulk of that would be legislative grant proposals. The general fund would be the 200,000 recently passed.
I'm going to call the vote
Oh.
because we have to vote on one more thing before
So
midnight.
we have an $885 million budget proposal before us, and we're not going to talk about it? We're
We
not going to
can't-
have a debate about it?
We can't talk about it. We have to end at midnight. This-
I just don't think that's very good public policy.
Well, I don't know.
mean, we're already illegally over time, right? I mean, I'm willing to cut some slack.
Point of order, when a vote is called, I think there is an objection to that. You need a vote to determine what the other members think. Correct, there's at odds here, so
Oh.
could somebody look in the thing?
Sure, if there's
Yeah.
a formal motion to close debate, there can be, it has to be seconded, and then it
Okay.
can go to a vote.
So if there's no second, then we continue the,
I don't think anybody heard me, so.
I would move to close debate.
Is there a second?
Is it a super?
No, it's a simple majority to close debate, I believe.
Is there a second?
I'm going to second it.
Point of order, I can't remember if it's debatable or not. Katie, can you see on the chart there?
I think it's the vote.
It is a vote.
I think it's not debatable, it's a vote, it goes right to a vote. But I don't know what it is either.
No, it's not debatable. 2/3 majority. Yeah, not
Okay.
2/3.
So, and you know, in lieu of time, we are just gonna do a vote because, Katie has to change all of this. And, so the vote is to end debate on the budget and move forward with a vote. All those, should I just do it? Ms. Snelling? Mr. Holloman?
Yes.
Ms. Mitchell? I'm a yes. Yes.
No.
Okay. Mr. Foster? Okay. So I believe that is 2/3, and we're going to move forward with voting on the motion as it is presented, and that is to approve the fiscal year 2019-2020 preliminary budget and authorize the upper limit spending authority of $885,858,600. Members, please vote.
My computer's restarted, so I vote yes.
That motion passes with 5 yeas and 2 nays. We have one last thing on action items that we need to try to get to like ASAP.
I
And
object. I object. We're already over time. I don't see anything else on the agenda.
CIP.
Oh,
yeah, CIP.
okay. CIP's on the agenda. You're right.
I move to,
Technically. we
Second.
should.
We need to move it. To the next meeting.
Can, pardon?
We just need to move it to the next meeting.
No, we can't. It's due. They have to have it by the 27th.
I remove my objection.
I don't know what we're doing.
so can I make the motion now?
Yes.
I move to approve ASD Memorandum Number 024, the attached Anchorage School District 6-year CIP plan project tables 1 and 2 for July 1st, 2019 to June 30th, 2025.
Second.
Okay.
You pulled it? It made sense.
Is there any amendments to this capital budget? Capital plan? Nope. Okay. Board vote, please.
I vote yes.
What? Oh, do we have any public testimony?
I mean, I think we should probably.
Yes, I know. Okay, is there any public testimony on memorandum? I know. What is it? 024. Okay, no public testimony. Is there any board discussion? No board discussion. Board members, please vote.
We have 35 seconds. No, it's 11:57, 3 minutes.
Okay, that motion passes with 6 yeas and 1 nay.
Okay, point of order.
Yes, sir.
I move that we suspend the rules to allow us to extend past 11 p.m. tonight to,
Second.
yeah.
Madam President, I just have a point of order that I believe our own rules say 11, but that the municipality has, so can we change those?
Well, my motion is to suspend the rules so that what we did is just legal.
Oh, got it.
Yeah.
You're going backwards.
Yeah, I'm going backwards. We should have done it first, but at least we can do it now.
Yes, thank
Yes.
you. Appreciate that.
We need to vote right away.
Yes. So yes, we need to vote on suspend, yes. Can we just do a consensus? All right, we're good. Now we can adjourn. We are adjourned.
We added $81 million in one night.